Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning. Sorry. We'll start. Where did we stop last class? I think we have to start with the elasticity, right?
Yes.
Share the
Yes.
PPT. Okay. Yes, we all these. Yes, we spoke about demand. What are the factors that contribute to demand? Why demand curve slopes down? And different types of demand. And what else? Demand shift in demand. Um, shift in demand, and then what else we saw? Types of demand, shift in demand, determinants of demand, and different types of
Exceptional demand curve.
exactly, exceptional demand curve, and then normal goods, uh, then different goods we saw, Veblen effect we saw. So then now we are going moving on to elasticity. Okay, so what is elasticity? To share the screen and I'll let you know. Elasticity is nothing but it speaks about the sensitivity of the demand with respect to price. That's all. Very simple. It speaks about the sensitivity of the demand with respect to price. I'll just tell you. Mainly, there are two types of elasticity. One is elastic, and another one is inelastic demand. We are speaking about elasticity of demand. Still, we are demand only. Then we'll move on to supply. So here we are speaking about elasticity of demand. Elasticity is nothing but it speaks about the sensitivity. Like with the rise of fall in price, how much you're changing the demand. For example, you're going to the market, you just you want to buy, assuming that 1 kg of tomato was 10 rupees. Okay, so you're going to the market to buy with the 10 rupee note, you're going to the market to buy 1 kg of tomato. On reaching the market, you came to know that suddenly there was at least rise in price. Okay, they said no, today it is 20 rupees per kg. So what happened in that case? What you'll be thinking, either you'll get a half kg of tomato and come back home, or you'll come back and you will ask whether you have to buy it or not because you want to get 1 kg of tomato. So this is nothing but the responsiveness you're giving. It's not only tomato, for anything for that matter. The responsiveness you're giving when there is a change in price, according to it, you're changing the demand. Okay. So then we have something called as elasticity of demand. Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Where is the pen? Yeah. We will be speaking about elasticity. And there is a concept called as elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand. We represent it as ED, elasticity of demand. Okay. So this is, it gives a numeric term. It gives a number which lies between -1 and +1. Can be say, we can call it as 0 and infinity rather than that, because we'll see how it is. So elasticity of demand, it gives a numeric, a number. It says that the elasticity of demand lies between 0 and infinity. What is it? We'll just have a quick recap of what is it. What did I say? I spoke about elasticity of demand, and there are mainly two types of elasticity of demand. Just kindly have a look at it. Elasticity of demand, there are two types of elasticity of demand. One is inelastic demand, another one elastic demand. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Understand the concept, because you'll be getting this for exam. For any, from school till the college level, this is an important question. So rather than mugging it up, just understand the concept. It will be very easy for you to write rather than skipping the answer. Okay. So inelastic demand, it's like this, okay, like steep demand curve only. You know how the demand curve is? It's like this, right? It's price and quantity demanded. It can be like this. Usually see in the book like this. This is steeper like this. So price and quantity demanded. What does it mean? So initially this is my price and this is my quantity demanded. What is happening? Now, the price, it can rise or fall. In this case, I'm bringing it down, okay? Now, the price P has come down to P naught. Clear? Should I increase the size? Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It is clear,
Okay.
ma'am. Visible, ma'am.
Thank you. The price is reducing
Yes,
from P
madam.
to P naught, from P to P naught. Look at the quantity. Look at the quantity. Very mildly it is increasing. Is it clear? The price, the change in
Clear,
price
madam.
will be more than the change in quantity demanded. That is inelastic. The change in price will be more than the change in quantity demanded. Can you
Hi,
see the
ma'am.
difference?
Hello. I
Yeah.
recently joined this class. What subject is it?
Elas- Managerial economics.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So what is it? The change in price is greater than change in quantity demanded. For example, I'll give you this. In case they say, okay, petrol or diesel, the rate of fuel is going to increase by 100 rupees, or it's going to fall by 100 rupees or 50 rupees. What will you do? You'll be having one vehicle or two vehicle or three vehicle. You can just go fill it. That's all. Right? What else we can do? We cannot save this. It doesn't have a substitute. That is the reason these type of products are called as inelastic. This type of product have inelastic demand. That is inelastic demand. Clear? Is this concept clear? The other side, we have elastic. So what is this elastic demand? Elastic will be much more flatter. So same concept, P is here and Q is here, Q naught, P naught, okay, price and Q. So what happens now? My price is reduced to P1 and my quantity is increasing to Q1. So in this case, what can you find? The change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded. Clear? This is elastic. Understand the concept. The change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded. So in this case, I can speak about what is it, soda or Sprite. Okay, they say for 1 liter you get 1.5 liters or 1+1 offer. What will you do? You will get more and store it in your fridge, right? It is storable. So in this case, if you know that the price is going to fall, the quantity demanded will be more. That is why we call it as elastic demand. The thing is, change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded over here. In inelastic demand, it is much more steeper, meaning change in price will be more than change in quantity demanded. Either the same thing, okay, go the other way around. Here, I made a price to fall. Now, if you increase the price, assuming the price is increased so much, same way, it won't be much also. See? Understood? Since it's steep, the change in price will be more than change in quantity demanded. In this case, I think it's clear. Okay, I'm moving on to the next. So this we spoke about the main branch of elasticity. In elasticity, there are two types. One is inelastic, and another one is elastic demand. Under this inelastic and in between that, we have two more. So I'm just moving up. What did we say? Elasticity, and we are speaking about elasticity. We spoke about, we have 5 types. Okay. Where are we? I said steep over here and flat over here. This is elasticity, means this side it is inelastic demand and the other side it is elastic demand. Okay. And inelastic demand, the first one will be something like this. From here, it's like this, and then exactly 45 degrees, and then steep like this, and then flat like this. Kindly mark the axis. Price and quantity demanded. Again, I'm repeating, for your exam, you have to mark the axis, mark the curve as demand curve. These are small tips for you not to lose your marks. Okay. So all these things, economics is nothing without graph. So whatever you're going to do, you're going to draw a graph. Price and quantity demanded. Clear? That's all. Done. So what is it? It's over. So here you're having 5 types of elasticity of demand. The first one, this side I said it inelastic. So one is called as perfectly inelastic. Relatively inelastic. This is unit elastic. And this is relatively elastic. Relative, perfectly elastic. Okay. And elasticity of demand is given as percentage of QD, change in quantity demanded, by percentage of change in price. You might get a problem. If there is problem in the textbook also, I'll let you know how to do it. And if it's clear, we can move on. Here is nothing but for unit elastic, change in price will be exactly equal to change in quantity demanded. So 45, change in price will be equal to change in quantity demanded. And here, what we saw, this case, change in price will be greater than change in quantity demanded. Here, change in price will be less than quantity demand, change in quantity demanded. And here, it is, what is this? Whatever might be the price, quantity demanded remains the same. That's all. So only we call it as perfectly inelastic. Here, then here, what is happening? Here, you know, a small change in price will lead to a larger change in quantity demanded. Then move up also. And here, whatever might be the quantity demanded, the price remains the same. So the values, if you are going to give here, since I said from the middle, I'll start. Okay, it is unit elastic, means the value will be 1 here. And the other side, it's less than 1. Here, this side, it will be greater than 1. So less than 1 in the sense, it will be 0, less than 1, 1, greater than 1, and infinity here. Is it clear? It will be quite tricky one, but this is it will be easy. This explanation will give you a better idea. And one small change I want you to make in your textbook. Uh, where is the diagram? Can you go to the diagram?
Page number 28.
28. Okay. Kindly hold on for 2 minutes. I'll just check the. It's here.
Madam, concept is clear. Can you quickly give one example for each?
Yeah, the first one, what did I say? Whatever might be the price, the quantity demand remains the same. So price can be even low. There are people to demand for that particular commodity. Even as the price is too high, maximum price, there are people for it. What can you fix here? What can you fix here?
Diesel or petrol?
Diesel or petrol? No. Diesel price is less will be there. But anyway,
That's very good.
whatever you said is inelastic demand always has less substitute. We can have this also, no issue, because inelastic demand itself means there are less substitutes. So fuel will be a good example here. That is not at all an issue. And here unit elastic, the change in price will be exactly equal to change in quantity demanded. If there is a 50% increase in price, 50% increase in quantity demanded. So it will be equal. And this side, what you're having, what did we say? We spoke about cool drinks or soda. And the other one, it can be, what can you fix here? Whatever the price is fixed here and quantity demanded can be anything. People can have so much, people can even maximum. Price is fixed. This is perfectly competitive market. We have this type of demand. So here we can give a example of milk. They give an example of rice. Rice, the price is fixed. There are people who get less and there are people who get more also. So here,
Consumable items, madam?
yes. Those type of things also can be fixed here. Okay. And in page number 28, you said, right? There's a small change over there. Kindly mark the change. Page number 28. 27 and 28, right? Go to 27.
Yes.
Okay, 27, you have relatively elastic. Under that, you have a curve. Okay. Under that, you have a curve, demand curve,
Yes,
that is
ma'am.
relatively elastic. That is what this is. Flat and relatively a small change in price leads to larger change in quantity demanded. And the next one is perfectly elastic demand. It's not perfectly elastic. I think there's a small, the graph has been changed there. So that is kindly marked as relatively, what is it? Inelastic. That is what
Inelastic.
relatively larger change in price leads to a quantity demanded to a smaller extent. So that please kindly make a change over there. It is relatively inelastic. And then,
And the second one is relatively inelastic.
yes, small
The
change
third
in
one
price,
and
or
then
larger
the
change
third
in
one.
price. Third graph will be relatively perfectly inelastic. Perfectly inelastic.
Okay.
The terms are changed. Perfectly inelastic, where its value is equal to perfectly inelastic, the value is equal to 0.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. And the fourth graph.
So, ma'am, just to sorry for stopping you, but perfectly inelastic will be change in price that leads to a smaller percentage change in the quantity demanded.
Come again. Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly inelastic, that will be change in price leading to a smaller percentage change in the quantity demand.
That is this one, relatively inelastic. The second graph here in the board.
Okay.
In your textbook, the second graph is given as the name. You kindly change it as relatively inelastic. Graph number 2 in page number 27. Graph number 3, where they have marked as relatively inelastic, it is this
Perfectly
one.
inelastic.
It is very good, perfectly inelastic. And then the next page, page number 28, graph number 4, it is unit elastic, equal to 1. I think the graphs are like this and the terminology. See the term graph 4, the fourth item, it's written as perfectly inelastic, but the graph is given as the third. Just, I think, a small change over there. And unit elastic is the above graph, page number 28, the top graph, right? There are two graphs in page number 28. One is actually parallel to your x-axis, another one is this curve. Change in price is equal to change in quantity demanded. So that is unit elasticity of demand. That is item number 5. You just mark it. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. As you have shown on your whiteboard
Yeah.
marker, do the
Yes,
same.
yes, thanks. And then final one will be this one. It is perfectly elastic. Just the
Perfectly
name has
elastic.
been, the name has been interchanged here. Kindly make a note, that's all. Okay, done. So then,
Ma'am, the fourth one is unit elastic.
yeah, fourth
Okay,
in,
and
in the textbook.
perfectly inelastic.
Which one? Fifth
Fifth
one.
one. Hmm?
Yes, perfectly elastic. Not
Elastic.
inelastic, elastic.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Here, I'll give you a value also. You can kindly make a note by the side of your textbook itself. When we say relatively perfectly inelastic, it will be because what did we say? Percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. This is elasticity of demand. This will be in your textbook. I hope it's given in your textbook. Percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. So what we have here, the first one, perfectly inelastic will be change in quantity demanded. There's no change in quantity demanded by change in price. So perfectly inelastic value will be 0. And then relatively inelastic, what did we say? Change in price and change in quantity demanded by change in price. Change in price will be more than change in quantity demanded, we said. So the value will be less than 1. And then unit elastic, 20 by 20 or 10 by 10, anything, because it should be equal to 1. And then relatively elastic, it will be 20 by 10, because it must be greater than 1. And perfectly elastic will be the change in quantity demanded by change in price, because price does not change. So this will be equal to infinity. By the side of each graph, you can write the numbers. Okay. And then there's a problem given in your textbook also. Where's the problem? It must be the other side. Okay, we'll finish it and then we'll move on to the problems also. And here, what did we see? We are speaking about elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand, there are 3 types of elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand, there are 3 types, 1, 2, and 3. First one is price elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand, and cross elasticity of demand. In the previous class, we spoke about price demand, income demand, cross demand, right? So here, those 3 you can easily relate over here. This is price elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand, and cross elasticity of demand. So what is price elasticity of demand? Price elasticity of demand, change in percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. This is price elasticity of demand. Income elasticity of demand, percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in income. And cross elasticity of demand, percentage change in quantity demanded of commodity 1 by percentage change in price of commodity 2. B. Okay. So since you have already in the previous class, we spoke about price, income, and cross elasticity of demand. So same price, income, and cross demand. Here you fit in the elasticity concept in those things. And then you have price elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand, and cross elasticity of demand. Okay. So price elasticity of demand, if you get a question, there are these 5 types of elasticity of demand. And kindly do not leave the question unanswered for the final exam. Write this, draw the graphs, and do not leave any question unanswered. Again, I'm repeating it. Okay. And then second one is income elasticity of demand. You know what is income elasticity of demand? Income means as income increases, your quantity demand also increases. And as income decreases, quantity demand also decreases. Here, kindly make a note, NOTE, write in your textbook. So note is nothing but for normal goods. For normal goods, as income increases, your demand also increases. And for inferior goods, we spoke about inferior goods in last class. For inferior goods, as income increases, quantity demand can decrease. This concept is for income elasticity. Okay? Have you taken a note of this?
Ma'am, once more, can you please tell the
Ma'am,
note?
could you repeat?
Yes. I think price elasticity will be clear for you. We are speaking about income elasticity.
Yes.
You know what is income demand? But initially, income demand is nothing but as income increases, quantity demand increases, or as income decreases, quantity demand decreases. We are clear about this. And in this case, we have a special case called as, we have to speak about this. There's normal good. Normal good, you know, no, which we consume, which we necessary good also we can say. So those type of good, for those type of good, when your income increases, your demand will also increase. And for inferior good, in last case we spoke about ragi and what to say, the other item.
Potato.
Potato. Yeah. But some people are very particular, no, potato they want to have. So they say when your income increases, you feel that those items are very cheap for you to use in this status. And again, I'm repeating, economics, we speak about rational consumers. If coffee powder is 1,000 rupees, daily morning, I need to wake up only with that coffee means that's different. He's an exceptional case. We are not bringing that exceptional case into theory. So we are speaking about rational consumers. So 90% of the society, how they move, they are like this. So it is for inferior good, as income increases, demand decreases. And nowadays, people are health cautious. So you can say this theory does not work. Okay.
Like for example, soft drinks, money.
Yeah, I said no. Now we are health cautious, right? So what do we think? We say no, this is not good for health. But generally, when their income increases, they feel to consume commodities like those ragi thing and all. They feel no, it is very cheap for me. Sitting in the status and having that type of thing, or because it's per kg, so too less, I cannot have it. So since my income has increased, my consumption level or my status has increased. So my next move, my demand should also increase. That is the general mentality. That is for normal good we take. Okay. So then for income elasticity of demand, the first one we have zero income elasticity of demand. What is zero income elasticity of demand? Meaning, if your income increases, that does not make any difference in my quantity demanded. Income increase or decrease, I remain the same. I don't worry. It does not make any difference with the quantity demanded, meaning it is zero elasticity of demand. And there is something called as negative elasticity of demand. When my income increases, the purchase I needn't purchase to that extent. As my income increases, my quantity demand also increase, means there's a positive change. So income increases, it can be, my quantity demand cannot increase as the percentage as my income increases. It can be even less also. It cannot even move. So if it is relatively less, then we call it as negative income elasticity. Then same thing as unit elasticity, income elasticity, meaning when my income increases, the same proportion, my quantity demand will also increase. And then there'll be positive income elasticity. That is what we already saw. When my income increases, my quantity demand will also increase. Okay. Kindly write all these 4 cases. And then in one exam, they asked about for the case study, the 20 or 25 marks case study. So answer the case study. There was an elasticity of demand for case study. Can you tell me what will be the elasticity of demand for pencil? For pencil, needle. Pencil, needle.
Zero income elasticity.
Zero income elasticity means you're not spending, it does not. Can you be a little specific? It's fine. Because I'm not going to spend much of my income on that. A portion
Perfectly
of
elastic.
Yes. What is it?
Perfectly elastic.
perfectly elastic. In this case, you can say just two. It is elastic or inelastic. It's very nice if you specifically say like this, perfectly elastic. Fine. If you are very clear, you can speak like that. So what is it? We are not going to spend much of my income here. A portion of my income can be spent for blade, for needle, for pencil. So what is it? It's inelastic. Right? A small increase or decrease in the pencil will not make much difference to my income. I'm not going to spend a large portion, very small portion. And then, can you speak about salt? Salt, the elasticity of salt? The elasticity
Elastic.
of salt? Yeah, elastic. Any other answers for this?
Perfectly elastic.
Okay. Okay. Salt, in this case, I have my elastic as well as inelastic. Why do I say that? What is elastic? Elastic, you know, a small change in price will lead to quantity demanded to a larger extent. So, salt can be used for domestic purpose as well as for industrial purpose, to make fertilizers, to make other items. So, in that case, it is inelastic and elastic. Both the cases, both falls under salt. For salt, it falls under both elastic as well as inelastic. Clear? Can you fit in this? For domestic purpose, salt, the price rise, I'm not going to make, it's not going to make much difference in me because I'm going to use the same amount of salt only for cooking. But for industrial purpose, when they use for, what to say, for animal feed or for fertilizers, then it makes a lot of difference. So salt in this case is both elastic as well as inelastic. Got it clear? So I'm quickly moving on. Yeah. I'm moving on to the next. What is the third type we said? Third type is nothing but cross elasticity of demand. What is cross elasticity of demand? As I said, percentage change in quantity demanded. This is cross elasticity of demand. Quantity demanded by percentage change. Quantity demanded of commodity A by percentage change in price of commodity B. Of one commodity and second commodity. Here only we come across these two types called as substitutable goods and complementary goods. We already spent time on this. So what is substitutable goods? You said easily it is substituting. So tea and coffee we came across here. What we had in your x-axis and y-axis, quantity demanded of tea and here price of coffee. So what did I say? Price of coffee and tea. When the price of coffee increases, the quantity demanded for tea will also increase. So what happens? How is it moving? Right? When the price of commodity of coffee increases, demand for tea will also increase. So this is substitutable goods. So in this case, I can say quantity demanded for tea with respect to price of coffee. Okay. So this is for substitutable goods. Same way, complementary goods also same. You know what is it? Quantity demanded of one commodity and price of the commodity B. So cross elasticity of demand has this formula, meaning percentage change in quantity demanded of commodity A by percentage change in quantity price of commodity B. Or you can say good 1 and good 2. And what is again, elasticity of demand is an important question. Why this elasticity of demand? What does it mean? What is its importance? They decide, okay, for taxation, for import, export, many cases, for industries. This is very important for budget. Everywhere they think when you put it in a reality, you know where we are speaking about this elasticity of demand. We meet it in day-to-day's life. As I said, when you go to the market, you'll discover the price change. Based on it, when you change the demand, the how much you need, that is elasticity. So for price fixation, this plays a vital role. To decide about how much quantity you have to produce, this plays a vital role. International trade, exchange market, everywhere this plays. Okay. And then what do we say about the determinants of price elasticity of demand? Price elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand is a function of, you can say about the nature of the commodity, what type of commodity it is. And then the usage of commodity, nature. And then you can say about the substitute. What are the different types of substitutes available? When it does not have much substitute, then we can call it as inelastic demand. So substitutes available. income level of a consumer. And then how durable is the good? What is the frequency of buying the commodity? The time. All these plays a vital role, or all these are the functions of elasticity of demand or determinants of elasticity of demand. Okay, so this is done. Quickly, I'll go back and I'll show you in the PPT where we are. Okay, so here I've given it. I've given the terminologies as well as the formulas. And then the graph is also here. What is income elasticity and cross elasticity? Everything is here along with the numbers. Okay. And then somewhere I saw the problem. The problem is there, right? Somewhere I saw the problem in your textbook. Elasticity of demand. We have about income I've spoken. What is the determinants of elasticity? And this is types of demand and shift in demand. I think I should put it in the previous slide. So this is about elasticity is done, and then we move on to forecasting. Okay. So next portion. One sec. I think yeah, there is a problem here. The problem goes like this. Okay, what did I say? Elasticity of demand. You can get a problem. Just elasticity of demand. What did we say? Percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. Do not forget this. So only I'm repeatedly writing this. Okay. So what happens here? It is nothing but percentage change in quantity demanded by original quantity by percentage change in price by original price. This is original quantity demanded and original price. This is change in quantity demanded, change in price. Okay. If I say, there's an example given in your textbook. If I say can you see the example? Quantity demanded is 20 units. Demanded is 20 units with a price of 500 rupees. Is it there?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then,
Page number 25.
okay, thank you. Page number 25. Just check it.
Yes.
Okay, so then what happens is the original demand and original price. And what happens to the new demand? The price falls. So new demand will be new demand and new price. New demand rise to 32 units and new price falls to rupees 400. Okay, what did we say? Change in quantity demanded. What is change in quantity demanded? What is the change here?
12.
Change in Q will be 12, right? Okay.
Yes.
And then what happens to this one, the other one?
Other one 100.
100. Okay. Change in P will
Value
be
values decrease in 100.
yeah, minus 100. Anyway, because we know there's an inverse relation. So obviously it will be minus somewhere. So this is original P and original Q. Okay. So what is the change in Q will be 12 by, I'll do it, by original Q is, what is
Minus 100.
original
Original is 500. Original 500 by 20.
No, original is 20.
Original is 20. Original is 20. Okay. By, what is it? Change in P is 100 when minus 100 by original is 500. So when I rearrange it, what happens? It becomes delta Q by delta Q by Q into P by delta P, right? You can rearrange like this. So it happens 12 by, what is this? What is original Q was minus 100 into change in, what is original Q is 12. This is 12, right? Original Q was original Q
20.
Sorry.
Original Q is 20, ma'am.
20, yeah. Into, here it will be change in prices rupees 100 and original P was
Minus
500.
500.
Okay, quickly I'll give another problem. You can take it down and you can work it out. I'll give directly.
Explain one more time, ma'am.
Okay, now I'm telling you one. So now I'm giving another problem also. You can take it. If my original demand, I'm giving the question like this. If the original demand is equal to rupees 3,000 unit, this is the second problem. Okay, original demand is 3,000 unit and original price is rupees 2. I'll change the color. Okay, and then my new demand is 2,700 unit and my new price is rupees 3. Okay, got the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Because the other question is already in the textbook, so I'm giving this new question. That's all. Now you fit in the formula. This is a formula. What is the change in quantity demanded? What is change over here? Change will be QD is
1.
what is it? QD is 1. Change in quantity demanded, I said. QD is 300. Right?
300.
Yeah.
300.
300.
Yes. Change in quantity demanded is minus 300 and change in price will be 1. So then original price is 2 and original QD is 3,000. So
Madam, if the demand would have increased, then you would have taken it as positive.
yes, but actually there's an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded, right?
Yes.
So obviously the answer will be like this only.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
for
Then.
example, the new demand would have been 3,200. Then what would you have taken? Minus 200 or plus 200?
How did you do here? Original or new one minus old one? What did we do here? How did we do the formula here? What was the thing?
This is 2,700 minus 3,000. So minus
Exactly.
300.
Exactly.
Okay.
It is new
Okay,
demand
ma'am.
minus old demand only. The formula is
Okay.
new demand minus old demand only. Okay. 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 Moving on to the next. Yeah, I think we discussed about this. And then quickly, forecasting. What is forecasting? Forecasting, everyone knows about it. Is nothing but predicting the future. So forecasting, you know, it is everywhere. We see this forecasting. Forecasting is mainly of two types. What is one? One is qualitative forecasting, and then one is quantitative forecasting. Quantitative, you know, it involves some number here, right? Quantity itself is numbers. What is qualitative? Attributes, you can say. You can say some sort of qualities it have. So, how can I forecast a qualitative, qualitative type of demand? Quantitative demand means I'll give you this example. Assuming there is a grinder, okay, it's almost 20 years old or 10 years old grinder. So I want to see how much or what will be the sales for this year, for this coming year. What did I say? The grinder is 10 years old. And so when I want to forecast for this year, 2024, for this Diwali, I want to introduce something new. I want to see what is the sales. What can I do? I have 10 years data with me. So with the previous 10 years data, I can forecast the 11th year data, right? Because I've already have the number with me. When you have numbers, it's very easy to forecast for the next period. But if it's qualitative, assuming I want to introduce a new mixie, which is not in the market. So I don't know what is going to happen to the future of that. I don't have any previous history of it. You take like this. I want to open a new sweet stall. Okay. So I don't have a previous history. So how can I know, or how will I know that my sweet stall has a future? So what can I do in that case? I will prepare some sort of questions. I'll bring my sweet as a sample to you. I'll ask you to taste. And then you have to fill the questions. Is the sweet fine? Is the sugar fine? Is the ghee fine? Is the aroma fine? Is the color fine? So based on it, I know that I have a future. Right? Is it clear? Can I move on? You would have done this in your research methodology. So in this qualitative forecasting, we have something called as survey method, where I try to get some sort of survey. I try to collect some sort of information through survey. When government is introducing a new policy, we try to get some sort of survey from the people. Will it be fine? Is it okay? Survey. or expert's opinion. Expert's opinion. Or some even telephonic interview. All these are qualitative type of forecasting the demand. This is forecasting demand you're seeing. If you concentrate on this, whatever I'm speaking now, same thing for cost forecasting also. We are speaking about demand forecasting. If in case they ask about cost forecasting, the theory of forecasting remains the same forever. You plug in demand, it calls demand forecasting. If it's cost forecasting. Sales forecasting. Clear? You take the demand data and try to forecast. It becomes demand forecasting. You take the sales and try to forecast. It's sales forecasting. You get the cost. You try to forecast. It's cost forecasting. I think it's clear. I'm moving on. So what is qualitative forecasting? Survey is the expert opinion, telephonic interview, and you have some sort of, questions with the question type. And consumer interview method, you can interview them and get a sort of output. That is qualitative forecasting. Qualitative forecasting. And then quantitative, it involves some statistical method. What statistical method? You know, now we spoke, no? 10 years are there, 11th year I'm going to project trend projection. You speak about correlation, you speak about regression. So what is correlation? You know, speaks about the relation between two variables. Regression also relation between two variables, but correlation, you can pick any X, any Y and Z. But regression, only when there is a correlation between the variables, you can do a regression analysis for that type of variable. And what are the qualities needed over here? You have to identify the objective. Based on the objective only, you can see what type of forecasting you can do. The product, what type of product you're going to go, what product you're going to do, what is the market, where you're going to do the sell your product. Because it's a demand forecasting, you should know about what are the factors which contribute to demand. Then only you can analyze the factors. What are the technologies he's using? The method of accuracy. And then this forecasting, the main criteria, it must be very flexible. It must be used anytime. It must be very easy to understand. So you in your company is using a model to forecast your demand or forecast your cost, forecast the sales of your company. And you're moving from that place. The model is there. So someone else who's coming from to occupy your place should not have that ambiguity. It must be very clear. You must be able to move from there. And your forecasting method, even if you fit in the previous data, it must be give a good result. It is not only for future. See, what did I say? For 10 year, I'm having the data, and for 11th year, I'm going to forecast. How will I forecast? Using a particular model. When I fix the model for this past 10 years, it must have a good forecasting. The forecasting must be good. I think I'll be having here, I'm not sure, or in the next class, I'll show you. I don't think I'm having it here. Must be somewhere here maybe. See, this was a forecasting model. This was a forecasting model. The blue one was original and the red was forecasting. Why it is done from day one in the sense, if you go to the future, the model must be, see the error. Can you see this? The original and predicted one. Not much error is here. I would have done the error also here. This is error. Clear? So we are speaking about forecasting. What did I say? It is demand forecasting. So quantitative forecasting, we are speaking about cost forecasting. If you have cost forecasting, they ask an exam also, you can write the same thing. No problem. Okay. And then there's a problem given in your textbook. It is a linear trend model. Which page?
34.
34, yes. Okay. So what did we say? We spoke about this. I think you would have been knowing this. Can you say what is this? Have you seen this earlier? Somewhere? In
Ma'am,
your life?
linear equation.
Very good. Yes. In our school days, you would have done. It is a linear equation, or even if in your UG or PG, you would have done this. Here, this equation, you know what is y? Why we call it as dependent variable? Because it depends upon something called as independent variable. So x is independent variable, y is dependent variable, m will be the slope, and c is the intercept. My linear regression model, if my curve is like this, moves like this. This is my q, and this is my p, and this is the intercept term called as c, and this is the slope called as m. Okay? And here we call this as something a dependent and independent. I'm not sure how whether this you'll be getting the problem, but I'll quickly tell this. This is nothing but y. Here, what will you write is y is equal to a plus bx. Same thing. I'm rearranging. That's all. For m, I'm giving b. For c, I've given it as a. This we call it as linear regression model, or we call as linear trend equation. Y is equal to a plus bx. If y is a demand and x is a time, how this is the way you can project it. You can see the next projection, what is going to move. And in this case, you'll be having two normal equations. If the problem, it's there. If you have any, you can go through the problem. If you're not clearly getting it, kindly let me know. I'll work it out and I'll tell you. There are two, quickly I'll tell you in my style. So there are, you can have two normal equations here. Summation of y is equal to n a plus b summation of x. This is first normal equation. Second normal equation will be summation, you're multiplying equation 1 by x. Summation of xy is equal to a summation of x plus b summation of x square. Okay, so in your question, they will be giving you x and y. Only x and y will be given. And what is n? N is total number of observation. If I have for 5 years. In our previous problem, we said we had 10 years data. So in that case, n will be 10. So here I'm giving you 3 years data. So 3 years, they would have given you x and y. So summation of x means adding all x and having a summation here. And what is x into y? So you have to do some x into y over here. Summation of x into y. And then you have an x square here. All the summation will be common for everything. And plug in the values here, you will be getting two equations. In school, we would have definitely done this. Simultaneous equation problem. And then you'll be getting the value of A, solve and get the value of B also. And then plug in it over here. Try to work it out and let me know if you have any doubt. Okay? And yeah, there are many models like statistical model. We said no, trend model is there. Some S model is there. AR model is there. MA model is there. See, at least 5 models you can fix in your mind. I'll give you a shortcut. So what did we say? Trend model. Now we saw trend. Okay. And there is a model called AR model, MA model. And then combine these two. AR MA model. And then combine again. AR IMA model. See, you got some 6 models in front of you. If they ask you in the exam, what type of model, example like this you can give. Okay. These are the models which is used. Then you, if in case you are you have done econometrics in your UG or in your PG, there's some sort of Garch model. So many models are there. Growth model, you can say. S-curve fitting, exponential trend. In the trend itself, we have 3 models. You have linear trend, exponential trend, and then linear model, exponential model, and what is this? The third one. We have exponential, linear, and quadratic model. Okay, quadratic trend. 3 trends are there. Linear, exponential, quadratic. You can take a note of these models so that you can write it in your exam also. These are the models for statistical model. Qualitative data. quantitative data, numbers. With the numbers only you can do this. So linear regression model, linear trend model, exponential trend model, and then AR model, MA model, growth model, ARMA model, ARIMA model. Okay. Have you taken a note of this? In the last class, yes, can I move? Can I move on to the next? In the last class, we spoke about demand, right? Under demand, you had few side headings. Do you remember that? Do you have in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Definition of demand, determinants of demand, and then we had types of demand. Same thing for supply. If you are very thorough about demand, the side heading will be supply. But one important thing over here is, what is supply? Supply is nothing but, what is supply? A producer supplying the different amount of good the seller is willing and able to sell at different price. Should I repeat it again? Are you taking a note of it?
Yes, ma'am. Please once more. The different.
Supply is nothing but the different amount of goods or different goods. Okay. The seller is willing and able to sell at different price. So quantity, demand, price we had. Price was 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Ma'am, would you repeat the definition once again?
Supply is nothing but the amount of good the seller is willing and able to sell at different price. This is quantity demanded. We had the same data set. So what was the side heading? It was definition of demand. So here definition of supply. You got the definition of supply. Second part is law of supply, right? What is law of supply? See whether I'm having it here. See, this is a side heading. I think the other day we had the side heading. It must be a small mismatch up and down. So it is definition of supply. You have now you know what is definition of supply, and then law of supply. What is law of supply? What is law of demand? Law of demand was inverse relation, but supply will be direct relation. Why? He's a producer. He's a producer means he's not doing it for service. He needs to maximize his profit. What is the objective of a producer? What is the objective of a producer? Two main players in the market: producer and consumer. Consumer is one who demands, right? Producer is one who supplies. What is the objective of a consumer? What is your and mine objective? To maximize our
satisfaction.
Utility in economic term. That is what I said. It is a key word called utility. Don't forget it. Maximize our satisfaction with minimum price, you can say. But as a supplier, supply is what? You give so much of money, then only I can supply. So he is one who maximizes his profits with minimum cost, maximizing sales, maximizing outputs, maximizing production. All these are suppliers' objective. Clear? Is it clear? Don't forget this. So we are moving along with producer and consumer only. So I think just go through your same demand thing. So law of demand is nothing but there is a direct relation between price and quantity demanded. As price increases, quantity supply will also increase. And as price decreases, quantity supply will also decrease. So then how the curve will be? How the curve will be? Demand curve is downward sloping, but supply curve will be
Upward sloping.
Yes, moving up. When price is less, quantity supply will also be less. I cannot supply with so much of price. So he will fix the price. If it's a maximum price, I can give you the maximum quantity demanded, supplied. Okay. So what will be the next topic? Determinants of supply. What will be the determinants of supply? What are the factors that determine supply? What can be the factors that determine supply? Or the factors, shift in supply is also there. What can be the factors? The cost. Cost is a factor, right? Cost or cost of raw material. Of course, some external factors is also there, like weather, like flood, that can reduce the supply. So then that will affect me. So what are we speaking? Determinants of supply. Cost of production, the technology, use of technology, the tax, government policies, price of the good, the transport, the price of other goods, related good, as we saw in demand. So when you're thorough about demand, the same side heading you can write and you can fix in for supply. Supply can also be asked for either short answer or big answer. I'm not sure. But this is also one of the important questions, like demand. And then what do we have? Same thing, shift in supply. What happened when, what is this? When supply shifts like this? In 1 minute, I'll finish. What happens if supply shifts like this? Initially, this is a supply. If supply moves like this, for same price, he's supplying more, right? Can you see this? Can you get this? The price is same.
Yes, ma'am.
For same price, he can supply more. Shift in supply. Or for the same price, he can even reduce. You can go the other way around. For the same price, he can reduce. So what is it? Shift in supply. What can be the factors? The price of resources. Now we saw no price of resources. Number of suppliers. If suppliers are more, obviously I can supply more. What will happen? The price will come down. There are more people to supply the same commodity. This will be the factor for shift in supply. The 5 key factors I will tell you for shift in supply, like shift in demand. First one is price of resources. Are you taking a note?
Yes, ma'am.
Price of resources. Second one is number of producers. Third one is new technology. If new technology is there, I can produce more, I can supply more. Then taxes and subsidies. Fourth point. And fifth point, future expectation. Okay? Go through your textbook. Then finally, we have elasticity of supply. So I think with elasticity of supply, unit 1 will be over. But there are small things which I have to speak, like utility we had as a separate session, right? So we need to have something like indifference curve is there. Cost curve. When we speak about cost curve, then I'll speak about indifference curve and move there. Okay, till this it's completed. Unit 1 is complete, so we have less time. That is the reason why I'm moving. So quickly, I'll try to finish unit 2 and 3 the next week, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay. So kindly go through a textbook and let me know if you have any doubts. It's time. So the next faculty might be waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Textbook and take down the doubts. Note your doubts so that we'll have a discussion next class. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Is there any class now?
Good morning, all of you. Good morning, ma'am. Very good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you see PPT?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. First unit, we have studied basic accounting concepts, conventions, journal ledger, trial balance, final accounts with adjustments, right? So second unit, let us see a depreciation accounting and ratio analysis. First, depreciation. What is depreciation? Depreciation means what? What is depreciation?
Reducing the value of the item over a period of years.
Very good. Reduction in value of asset, that is called depreciation, right? So when it will be reduces because of various reasons, so using the machinery, producing the goods and services due to some say for an example, if it is a chemical, it will evaporate, or if it is a technical item, even some technological thing also, it should be updated. So many reasons the assets will be depreciated, right? So there are various methods to calculate depreciation. Depreciation is very essential while preparing final statements. We are treating depreciation as an revenue expenditure. That is why we are showing it in the profit and loss account debit side, treated as an expenditure. It is a non-cash expenditure. Nothing cash will not involve in this, but we are treating this as an expenditure. Why? Because its life duration may be 5 years or 10 years. After some period, you have to replace the asset. So when you are replacing bulk money, you cannot take it from your business. It will affect your working capital. So that some amount we are every 10 year, if it is a lifetime, every year for 10 years you have to take some money and invest in somewhere, or deposit something, so that money you can utilize for replacement of that asset, right? So there are various methods of calculation of asset is there. That is various methods. So in this case, straight line method, written down value method, diminishing the written down value method or diminishing method, one and the same thing. Annuity method, depreciation fund method, sinking fund method. See, these are the methods: straight line method, written down value, annuity method, insurance policy method, machine hour rate method, depletion method, revaluation, depreciation fund method. These are the methods of calculating depreciation. In this, according to your syllabus, so only first three methods are there. That is straight line method, written down value method, and annuity method. Let us see one problem we can understand, right? Straight line method, it is very simple calculation. If you are purchasing 1 lakh worth of machinery, its lifetime is 10 years. So what is the depreciation? Life of the machinery minus, if it is scrap value, we have to deduct it. Otherwise, divided by 10 years. How many years you are utilizing, that is to be divided. So per year depreciation is 10,000, right? Suppose scrap value means what? At the end of the period, if you are selling it out for some meager amount, right? 1,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees, something, that is called scrap value. That scrap value you have to deduct it, right, while calculating this depreciation. This is under straight line method. Under straight line method, the amount of depreciation will be the remain same for every year. So 10,000 10 years, 10,000 10,000 10,000. Under written down value method, percentage will be the same, 10% for every year, or 15% or 20%, depends upon the company policy. But the amount of depreciation, how to be calculated? Say for same example, 1 lakh you have purchased in 10 years, 10% first year, 1 lakh into 10%, the amount of depreciation is 10,000. Second year, you have to reduce the value of depreciation from your assets value. 1 lakh minus first year depreciation 10,000, you have to reduce it. So out of 90,000, you have to calculate second year depreciation 10%. So 90,000 into 10%, 9,000 will be the second year depreciation. Third year will be, you have to calculate only on book value. So 90,000 minus 9,000, 81,000 is the book value of the asset. 81,000 into 10%, 8,100 for third year. Like that, its value will be diminishing. Diminishing method or written down value method, right? Annuity method, some table depreciation for interest rate will be given. How many years it is life of the estimation. Annuity figure will be given, that you have to calculate the depreciation, right? Let us do one problem in this. See here, under straight line method, I have given one problem. B company purchased machinery, date of purchase, cost of machinery. On 1/1/2008, one third of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for rupees 6,000. The machinery was to be depreciated by fixed installment method. Straight line method, another name is called as fixed installment method, right? At 10% per annum. Show the machinery account would appear in the ledger of the company 2006, 7, 8. 3 years you have to prepare depreciation ledger account, right? See here, this is the machinery account under straight line method. Ledger account, debit side, left hand side debit side, right hand side credit side. Here date, particular amount, date, particular amount, right? So when you are purchasing the machinery, what is the journal entry? Machinery account data to cash or bank account. So when you are purchasing, you have to see what is your accounting period. Accounting period 31st December or 31st March. Depends upon that, you have to calculate depreciation, right? So 31st December it is given for your accounting period. You have purchased on 1/4/2006. First machinery you have purchased 1/4/2006, 60,000. So how many months depreciation you have to utilize? You have to calculate till December 1/4 you have purchased. So 9 months, right? So see, first you have to write entry for purchase of asset 1/4/2006 to bank account. First machinery 60,000. Then second machinery 1/10/2006 you have purchased another machinery 40,000. So here 1/10/2006 to bank account purchases 40,000, right? At the end of the accounting period, you have to calculate depreciation 31/12/2006 by depreciation. So depreciation for these both the first machinery and second machinery you have to calculate. See here, workings I have done it here. See here, 2006 first machinery 10,000, sorry 60,000, 10% for 9 months. 1/4 means April to December 31st. So 9 months you have utilized. So 9 months you have to calculate depreciation. Second machinery you have purchased on 1/10/2006. So 1/10 means 10, 11, 12, 3 months. So for 40,000, 10%, 3 months you have to calculate. So second machinery depreciation 1,000 rupees. So total depreciation is for 2006 5,500. So here the ledger account you have to write it here by depreciation 5,500. Okay. Now at the end of the period you have to close the ledger account. So how to close? You have to total the debit side it is 1 lakh, credit side 5,500. Rest of the amount is balance carried down. So that is the book value of the asset. So closing balance will be the opening balance for the next year. So you have to brought down to this account 1/1/2007 to balance brought down. 94,500 you have to write it. Okay. Then in 2007, see what are the transactions are given. 1/7/2007, 20,000. Third machinery you have purchased on 1/7/2007. So how many months depreciation? 6 months, right? See here, first 1/1/2007 balance carried down. 2007, third machinery you have purchased 20,000. So depreciation for 3 machinery you have to calculate. See here workings. 2007, first machinery and second machinery you have to calculate whole year depreciation. So totally 60, 40, 1 lakh. 1 lakh 10%, 10%, 1 year. Whole year you have to calculate. So 10,000. So 2007 you have purchased 6 months, right? You have purchased on 1/7/2007. So 6 months you have to calculate third machinery depreciation. So totally 11,000 is the depreciation for 2007. So here by depreciation, 11,000 is the depreciation. Then you have to close the ledger. Is there any other transaction in 2007? Nothing. Only on 2008 you are selling out the first machinery. So 2007 you have to close the account. What is the book value? Debit side it is 1,14,500. By balance carried down 1,03,500. Right. So next you have to brought down 1,03,500. You have to bring out to the next year. 1/1/2008. Now you have to see read the account what is given. On 1/1/2008, 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for rupees 6,000. So you have to see what is the book value of the first machinery. First machinery you have purchased on 1/4/2006, right? So 1/3 machinery you have take 1/3 machinery, that is 20,000. See here I have given calculation workings. Cost of the machinery, that is 60,000 you have purchased 1/4/2006. 1/3 machinery now become obsolete. Its cost value is 20,000. In 2006 you would have deducted a 10% depreciation for 9 months. Okay, 1,500 you have deducted. 2007 whole year depreciation you would have deducted, that is 2,000. So total depreciation for 2006 and 7, 3,500 you deducted. Book value of the machinery on not cost of the machinery, it is the book value of the machinery. Book value of the machinery on 1/1/2008, right? When you are selling 1/1/2008, 1/1/2008, 16,500. Sale value you are selling at 6,000. So 16,500 worth of machinery you are selling out for 6,000. Is it profit or loss?
Loss.
Loss. So loss on sale of that 1/3 of the machinery is 10,500. So 10,500 you have to write it in the depreciation machinery account credit side. By sale while you are selling the machinery, entry is journal entry is cash or bank account debtor to machinery account. So machinery account ledger account credit side by cash or bank account, that is sale of the asset. 1/3 of the sale asset you are selling out 6,000 rupees, right? So by profit and loss account, loss 16,500 worth you have sale out 6,000. So 10,500 is to be loss is transferred to profit and loss account. So 1/1/2008 by profit and loss account 10,000, right? So now you have to calculate what is the depreciation for the other assets. See here depreciation on 2008, 1/3 of the machinery you leave it because 1/1/2008 you have sold out, right? So no depreciation for that sold machinery. Only 2/3 machinery you have to calculate depreciation for whole year, that is 40,000 into 10%, 4,000. Then third machinery, second machinery you have purchased 40,000, third machinery is 20,000. So totally 60,000 whole year depreciation you have to calculate, that is 1,000. Sorry, 6,000. This is wrong. 6,000. 60,000 into 10%, 6,000. right? So 10,000 depreciation, you have to write it here by depreciation account 10,000. So now you have to close this account. Debit side it is 1,03,500. Credit side the balancing figure, that is book value of the asset which you are utilizing in the business, that is 77,000. This is the closing balance. So closing balance will be the opening balance for the next year 2009. So this is the ledger account you are required to prepare under straight line method, right? Same problem I will show you how to do it under written down value method or diminishing balance method. See here, this is the diminishing balance method. See here, same problem. First entry is same. To bank account 60,000, to bank account 40,000. First year, the depreciation amount will be the same 10%. You have to calculate for 9 months, and this one 3 months 5,500. First year same. Second year you have to bring down 94,500 will be the opening balance. Third machinery you are purchasing on 1/7, that is 20,000. See here, depreciation for calculation under written down value method. Under written down value method, you see 2006, that is same thing, 4,500, 1,000 rupees. In 2007, either you can easily calculate what is the book and what is the percentage depreciation on your book value, closing balance. Closing balance, what is the value is given, you have to calculate on that 10% on 94,500. That is 9,450. Either you can calculate like this, or if you want you can take, that is 60,000 minus 4,500. So remaining 54,500 into 10%. So here 40,000 minus 1,000. So 39,000 into 10%. If you make it total, it will become 9,450. You understand? Either you can calculate like that. See here. Example I show you. 60,000 its book value first year, minus second year depreciation value is 4,500. So 55,500, right? First machinery into 10%. So how much it will be? 5,050. Okay, yeah. Plus the second one 40,000 minus 1,000, 39,000 into 10%. So 3,900. Now we can make total 5,550 plus 3,900. How much it is?
$450.
9,450. So these many calculations you have to do. Instead of that, you can do easily what is the closing balance, 94,500 into 10%. Simply, it is already depreciation is deducted. Cost value minus depreciation. So 10% if you calculate, it is easy, 9,450. Then third machinery you have purchased for 6 months, 20,000 into 10% into 6 months. So 1,000 rupees. So second year 2007 depreciation totally 10,450. See here you have to write 10,450. Written down value method 10,450. So now what is the total now? 1,14,500. So here 50. Correct? 1,04,050. Right. See here, next one. Third year, while selling of this bank account, 6,000 you have sold out. Let us calculate profit or loss on sale of this machinery. So profit or loss on sale of this machinery, that is book value is 20,000. First year depreciation 1,500. Second year depreciation you have to deduct it, 20,000 minus 1,500. So 18,500 into 10%. For second year, it is diminishing balance method, right? So you have to reduce the value, then you have to calculate depreciation. So second year depreciation would be 1,850. So if you are deducting, its book value is 16,650, right? So minus 6,000. So loss on sale of machinery under written down value method, it is 10,650. See here, 10,650, you have to write it here. By profit or loss on sale of machinery account, that is 10,650. Now you have to calculate depreciation. It is very simple method. 2008, first machinery, you have sold 1/3 machinery, you have sold out, right? So 1/3 machinery value, that is book value, its book value is 16,650. You would have deducted from simple method. This is I have given clearly. Instead, very simple method I tell you. Now, what is the book value? Book value, see here, balance brought down 1,04,050, right? So 1,04,050 book value, 1,04,050 minus that sold machinery book value is 16,650. 16,650. So how much it is? 1,04,050 minus 16,650. How much it is? Tell me. Yes, anybody? 1,04,000
87,400.
minus 16,650.
87,400.
So 87,400 into 10%. Okay. 8,740. Right? This is the depreciation for the remaining rest of the amount of depreciation. Then there is no other assets you have purchased. Very simple method. What is the balance brought down? That is book value of that asset 1,04,050 minus book value of the sold machinery. If you are deducting out of that, if you are calculating, this is the depreciation for third year. Okay, do you understand? Now, if you are doing individually, see here, first machinery 60,000. You are deducting first year depreciation 4,500. So 55,500 minus 5,550 is the second year depreciation. So second year, after deducting the second year depreciation, 2/3 you have to take, 1/3 you have sold out. So 2/3 if you are calculating into 10%, that is 3,330 for first machinery. Second machinery, first year depreciation 40,000 minus 1,000, 39,000 minus second year depreciation 3,900. Its book value 35,100. So 10%, 3,510. Third machinery, 20,000 minus 1,000. Remaining 19,000 you have to calculate 10%, that is 1,900. If you are making this total, it is 8,740. Instead of making all these calculation, very simple calculation, what is the book value minus sold out machinery book value, if you are deducting, multiply by 10%. Do you understand this? You can do that method also, individual asset also. But written down value method, you can, it is very easily you can calculate book value. Do you understand? Now, see this ledger account. Third year depreciation 8,740. Remaining balance carried down 1 lakh. Sorry, here 1 lakh for 4,050 minus deducted. How much comes? Um, 6,000, 16,500, 16,650 plus 8,740 minus 1 lakh 4,050. So 78,660. So this is the balance carried down under written down value method. You understand this? See here under straight line method, what is the book value? Let us see. Under straight line method, book value is 77,000. Under written down value method, book value at the end of the 2008, 78,660. So this is the difference under straight line method and written down value method. Do you understand this? Do you understand? Any doubt? Anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let us go next method, annuity method. See here, this is the annuity method. Annuity method, you have to calculate only the amount of interest. It is treated as an capital expenditure. You are depositing somewhere, so interest will be created. So based upon the interest, you have to, what is the rate of annuity table value will be there. So annuity, with the help of annuity table, what is the rate of interest and then number of years. Based upon that, you have to calculate depreciation. These are the journal entries under annuity method. While charging the interest and journal entries, asset account data to interest account, charging depreciation on asset, that is depreciation account data to asset account or provision for depreciation account. While transferring to profit and loss account, these are the journal entries. You go through that. This is the ledger accounts, or two ledger accounts you have to prepare. One is profit and loss account and asset account. Generally, annuity method, we used to take leasing. When you are taking a lease of machinery, factory or land, so in that case, annuity table value will be taken for calculation of depreciation. See here, this is the problem will be given. A Limited purchased a 5 years lease on 1st April 2013, 5 lakhs. It is decided to write off depreciation on lease using the annuity method. The rate of interest is presumed to be 6%. The annuity for one rupee for 5 years at 6% rate of interest. If you see the annuity table value, 5 years, 6%, the table value of annuity table will be given. This is the 0.237396, right? So you are required to prepare lease account and profit and loss account for 5 years. So amount of depreciation, this annuity table value multiplied by, suppose annuity table value is not given in question paper, you have to ask your examination hall statistics books. statistics books, under that annuity table value will be there. You have to take the value that is for 5 year 6% rate of interest. What is the value is given, you have to take out and multiply by what is the your cost of asset. So cost of asset is 5 lakhs multiplied by this value. So every year depreciation value is 1,18,698. So profit and loss account you have to write. By first you have to write the interest. So interest by interest account, that is how much amount? 6%. 5 lakhs into 6%, that is 30,000 interest you are earning, right? So to depreciation every year you have to write, that is 1,18,698. So you have to every year. So second year value will be the lesser, right? So you have to calculate 5 lakhs minus 1,18,698. Rest of the value you have to calculate 6%, that is 24,678. Third year also you have to calculate interest after deducting the second year depreciation. Fourth year, every year you have to calculate the interest on the rest of the amount which is deposited, right? So this is the method of preparation of profit and loss account. So let us come to prepare lease account. So lease account, this is the asset account. When you are making lease on 1st April 2013-14 to bank account, when you are entering into the lease, 5 lakhs you have to write it here. So every year at the end of the year you have to calculate interest and then depreciation. Interest will be added with your deposit amount, that is 5 lakhs, to interest account, that is 30,000. So totally 5 lakhs 30,000. Here depreciation, first year depreciation 1,18,000. Remaining balance will be the carry forward for the next year. So 4 lakhs 11,000 something. Then second year interest you have to add it. Then by depreciation you have to calculate remaining balance amount. Like that every year you have to do it. At the end of the 5th year, what is the balance? Balance will be nil. Balance of the lease account will be nil. Right? So these are the methods of preparing under annuity table method, annuity value method, right? The next one, next chapter, ratio analysis. Ratio analysis is very, very important thing. It is the arithmetical expression of the relationship between two numbers, right? So in final statements, it will give you only the information regarding what is the gross profit, what is the net profit, what is the profit and loss earned or during the year, and then the balance sheet shows you what is the assets and liabilities position at the end of the year only. These are the informations are given, provided by the final statements, right? So this is insufficient for the taking decision making for internal as well as external. For internal management, they have to see what is the efficiency of the creditors, efficiency of the debtors, and then what is the cash solvency position, whether cash is sufficient to pay for your creditor or not, what is the long-term solvency position, what is the interest coverage ratio, like that. So many things, decision will be taken by the management board of directors as well as the shareholders. Those who are interested to invest in that company shares, they have to analyze in various ways and means whether company is going on profit or loss in future, what is the prospects of the company. So what is the debt equity ratio, debt capital, how much it is there, equity capital, what is the proportion, whether the company will face the financial risk or not. So is it working capital sufficiently, is it there or not, whether they are having a solvency position, short term as well as long term solvency position. So these are the things they have to analyze, right? So in that case, the ratio analysis, final statements, we are analyzing into the various aspects. What are the aspects you can calculate? That is liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, activity ratio, profitability ratio, coverage ratio. So under these heads, let us see one by one. I have given it clearly everything. What are the ratios? What is that? What is the formula? Formula you should thoroughly study. current asset means what are the items, current liabilities means what are the items. So if it is, what is the standard norms, that is liquidity ratio or short term solvency ratio. There are three ratios, that is current ratio, quick ratio, absolute cash position ratio. So current ratio, the ratio formula is current assets divided by current liabilities. Its standard norm is 2:1. That means if your current asset is 2 times, you are capable of paying to your creditors one time of your creditor. That is the norms for liquidity ratio or short term solvency ratio. Okay. Quick ratio, you have to take quick asset. Quick asset means current asset. If you are eliminating stock and prepaid expenses, that is called quick asset. Quick liability means if you are eliminating bank overdraft and cash credit, that is called quick liability, right? So sometimes quick liability will not be available. Current liability will be taken as quick liability. Quick asset and current asset, generally only the stock will be the difference. Stock and prepaid expenses. Absolute liquid ratio, only you have to take cash in hand, cash at bank, and marketable short-term marketable securities. This is the absolute liquidity ratio. Then activity ratio. Activity ratio, that is stock turnover ratio, debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, working capital ratio, right? Stock turnover ratio, I have given formula, everything, cost of goods sold divided by average stock. So you have to go through all these things. I have no time to explain all these things. Let us do the problem. You can understand two ways, two method of problem will be given for your examination point of view. One is statement informations will be given, that is what is the current assets value, what is the current liabilities value, like that will be given. You are required to calculate what is the current ratio, what is the quick ratio, so what is the debt equity ratio, like that. So, another method is ratios will be given. You are required to prepare balance sheet. The current ratio 2.5, debt equity ratio 2:1, like that will be given in your problem. You are required to find out what is the stock value, what is the current asset value, what is the creditors value, what is the balance sheet. You have to prepare, right? Two method is there for preparation. So there are various formulas are there. If you are very thorough about all these formulas, then only you can work out these problems, right? So here we have very short time. Let us straight away go to this problem. See here, this balance sheet is given, liability side, asset side, informations are provided. You are required to calculate liquid ratio, debt equity ratio, solvency ratio, stock of working capital ratio. So what is the formula for liquid ratio? Liquid ratio means liquid asset divided by liquid liability or current liability. So liquid asset, what are the liquid asset? Take current asset, eliminating the stock, right? Only the debtor and cash. So debtor and cash you have to eliminate. If it is a current asset means stock also you have to take. So here quick asset only 3 lakhs. Then liability here, if you are taking quick liability, that is only creditor 2 lakh you have to take. If you are taking current liability means overdraft also you have to take, that is 3 lakhs. If you are taking current liability 3 lakh. If you are taking liquid liability, it is only 2 lakhs, right? So 3 lakhs divided by 2 lakhs, the liquid ratio is 1.5 times, right? Next question, debt equity ratio, right? Debt equity ratio formula is external equity divided by internal equity. External equity is nothing but long-term debt, debentures, bonds, mortgage loan. These are all, including current liability, also external equity. Divided by internal equity means equity shares, resource and surplus. That is the internal equity. So all outsider liability is, see here, what outsider liability is. Debenture 3 lakhs are given, and then current liability, overdraft and creditor. So totally 6 lakhs. External liability is 6 lakhs. Internal liability, that is equity 15 lakhs, reserve fund 1 lakh, 16 lakhs. See here, external equity it is 6 lakhs, internal equity 16 lakhs. 6 lakhs divided by 16 lakhs, so 0.375 times. This is the debt equity ratio. Then solvency ratio formula, external outsider liability or external liability divided by total assets, whether the external outsider liability is sufficient to pay for your total assets. Total asset is sufficient or not. That is the solvency ratio. So total asset 22 lakhs. Okay. So this external liability already we have calculated 6 lakhs divided by 22 lakhs into 100. So 27.27% is covered. So it is very sufficient, right? So like that, stock of working capital ratio. Working capital, what is working capital? Working capital means current asset minus current liability. Stock divided by working capital. Stock is given here. What is the stock? 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs. So 5 lakhs divided by working capital is current assets minus current liability. So current asset is totally is 8 lakhs minus current liability is 3 lakhs, so 5 lakhs. So here 5 lakhs, stock is 5 lakhs, working capital is 5 lakhs, so 100%. Like that, these kind of problems will be given your examination point of view. And then sometimes ratios will be given. You have to prepare final statements. Okay. See this problem, very small one. See this one. Calculate the amount of current assets and current liabilities. Current ratio are given 2.5 times. Working capital 60,000 is given. You are required to find out what is the current asset and current liability. See here, ratio is given. Current ratio is given. Current asset value and current liability value you have to find out. So what is the formula? Working capital means what? Current asset minus current liability is the working capital. So current asset we do not know. Current liabilities also we do not know. But current ratio, what is the formula? Current asset divided by current liability is equal to 2.5. So that means current asset is 2.5 times. Current liability will be 1 time, right? So 2.5 divided by 1. Okay, so what is your working capital? Current asset 2.5 minus 1 time, so 1.5. So 1.5 is equal to 60,000. What for? X. That you have to find out. So your 60,000, if you are taking out this side, X is equal to 60,000 divided by 1.5, that is 40,000. So 40,000 is 40,000 is what? For one value means current liability. Current liability value is 40,000. What for your current asset value? 40,000 into 2.5 times. So will be 40,000 into 2.5, that is 1 lakh. Do you understand this? Do you understand or not? Current ratio is given in your problem 2.5 times. Are you listening or not? Anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
We are listening.
Current ratio is given, working capital is given. You are required to find out current asset and current liability. Do you understand? So in this case, what is working capital? Current asset minus current liability is the working capital, right? So current asset and current liability value is not given, but what is our formula? Current ratio formula, current asset divided by current liability is equal to 2.5 times, right? That means what? Current liability is 1 time. So 2.5 time minus 1.5 time, 1 time is equal to working capital, right? So working capital is 60,000. 1.5 time is equal to 60,000. What for 1? 1 means current liability. So current liability will be 40,000 and current asset is 2.5 times. So 40,000 into 2.5 times, that is 1 lakh. So current liability 40,000, current asset is 1 lakh. This way of problem also will be given in small question, and even 20 marks question also will be given in various lengthy. See, I have given it here. So many problems I have given. You have to go through that. See here, like that will be given. See here. See this kind of problem. Current working capital, bank overdraft, fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio, resource and surplus, current ratio, liquid ratio.
Ma'am,
Like
can you share that PPT, ma'am, for reference?
It is already in our website, ma. Website you can go through, download it, and you practice it. Okay. In students portal, our website, students services under that MBA first semester accounts. These PPT is uploaded. You can download it. Okay.
Okay.
I have a very short time. That is why I am going fast. Whether you are understanding or not, I don't know.
We are
Anyway,
confused, ma'am, but we will work on that. Try to do that.
yes. If you want go through that, if you practice it, you will get accustomed the thing, right? So because of
Okay.
short time, I have to. I'm going fast. I myself know what to do, right?
Okay, ma'am.
So many problems. The basic thing, do you understand, right? How to do it? If you are, you have to go through all the ratios, formulas, and then if then only you can work out all these things, right? If you are familiar of this ratios, see here this one, turnover ratios, that is debtors turnover ratio, creditor turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio, working capital turnover ratio, like that is there. So just for example, one problem I show you. This is the total sales, cash sales, debtors opening balance, closing balance are given. Debtors turnover ratio, the formula is credit sales divided by average debtor. Credit sales, that means what? Total sales minus sales written minus cash sales, that is the net credit sales, right? So net credit sales you have to take. Then average debtor means opening debtor plus closing debtor divided by 2, that is the average debtor. We can take debtor means bills pay receivable also. Accounts receivable, debtor plus bills receivable are equivalent to accounts receivable. Okay, you have to take both. If it is given in your problem, both you have to take, right? So in this case, debtor only is given. So you have to find out what is the debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio is net credit sales 3,20,000 divided by average debtor 80,000, 4 times, right? Next one, average collection period. Average collection period means how many days once or how many months once you are collecting your money from your debtor. That is the average collection period. So in that case, what is the formula? Number of days in a year or number of months in a year divided by debtors turnover ratio. Number of days, if you are calculating 365 days. Number of months means 12 months divided by debtors turnover ratio, you have already calculated 4 times. So what is the average collection period? In number of days, it is 91 days. In number of months is 3 months, right? So this is the debtors turnover ratio. Similarly, creditors turnover ratio. Creditors turnover ratio, you have to take purchases, net credit purchases divided by average creditor. So net credit purchases you have to take, if see here I have calculated here. Similar way, average payment, not collection period, average payment period. Average payment period. Number of days in a year or number of months in a year. So how many days or months once you are paying to your creditor, that is called average payment period, right? So stock turnover ratio, you have to take, this is the formula, net sales or cost of goods. Stock, usually we used to take cost of goods sold, and the cost of goods sold means sales minus gross profit. If you are eliminating, that is cost of goods sold divided by average inventory. Average inventory means opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. So these are the problems I have done it here. Stock turnover ratio. Here amount, some sales, other informations are given. You are required to calculate the debtors turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio, like this. Here also like this, total turnover, assets turnover, fixed assets turnover, working capital turnover. With this information you have. See here, this this problem is very important. Sometimes this kind of problem will be given for 15 marks case study problem might be given. working capital is given, bank overdraft, fixed assets to proprietary ratio, resource and surplus is given, current ratio, liquid ratio given. You are required to prepare balance sheet. See, you are required to prepare balance sheet. So for preparing balance sheet, you need all the informations of current assets, current liability, fixed assets, and then capital, and then resource, right? So all these informations are required. First, what is the information is given, out of that we have to calculate, right? So working capital is given, so current ratio, liquid ratio, we can find out what is the current asset and then current liability. See here, current ratio is 2.5 times. That means working capital is current asset minus current liability. So 2.5 minus 1, that is working capital, 2,40,000. So 1.5 time is equal to 2,40,000. What for? One time. One time is, that is 1,60,000 is the current liability. Current asset will be 1,60,000 into 2.5, that is 4 lakhs. Okay, this is the current asset value. So current asset value 4 lakhs, current liabilities value 1,60,000. Then liquid ratio 1.5 times. So what is the difference between liquid ratio and current ratio? Only the value of stock. So here stock value you have to 1.5 times, that is current liquid ratio means what? Current asset minus stock divided by current liability. Current asset we know 4 lakhs, minus stock value we do not know, 1,60,000. If you are taking this side, the stock value is 1,60,000, right? So fixed assets we do not know, and at the same time shareholders funds also we do not know. But what is given in your problem? Fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio 0.75. So that means what? If you are having one time of proprietary fund means is nothing but capital plus resource and surplus. That is called proprietary fund. If you have proprietary fund one time, the fixed assets will be 75% on that. That is 0.75 times, right? So in that case, you have to use the accounting equation. So accounting equation what? Capital plus resource and surplus, that is called shareholder fund, plus long-term liability plus current liability is equal to fixed assets plus current asset. We are, let us assume there is no long-term liability, only shareholder fund. We have to take X. Let us take it as X. Okay, fixed assets to proprietary fund. So fixed asset is current liability. We have already we have calculated here 4 lakhs current 1,60,000 is the current liability. So proprietary fund, let us take it as X plus 1,60,000 equal to current asset. Fixed asset is 0.75 time of your proprietary fund. So 0.75x plus current asset is 4 lakhs. Now you bring into this x one side, value one side. So 1x minus 0.75x is equal to 0.25x. Here 4 lakhs minus 1,60,000, so 2,40,000. So x value is 2,40,000 divided by 0.25, that is 9,60,000. So 9,60,000 is what? It is the shareholders fund. X value is shareholders fund is 9,60,000. 75% on 9,60,000 is the fixed asset. So 7,20,000. So you have to find out the value like this. You have to prepare balance sheet, share capital. See here, see here. This is the shareholder fund is 9,60,000. That means, see your problem. Resource and surplus it is given 1,60,000. So what is shareholders fund means capital plus resource and surplus, right? So resource and surplus, if you are eliminating from the shareholder fund, that is called capital. Okay, 9,60,000 you have calculated. 9,60,000 minus resource and surplus 1,60,000. So 8 lakh is the capital. So share capital 8 lakhs. Resource and surplus 1,60,000. So total shareholder fund is 9,60,000. Current liability or bank overdraft is given 40,000. We have calculated other current 1,60,000 is the current liability, total current liability. 40,000 is given in your clue problem. So rest of the amount is other current liability. Fixed assets we have calculated 7,20,000. Current asset, that is stock value, we have total current asset is 4 lakhs. Okay, stock value we have calculated 1,60,000. So 4 lakhs minus stock 1,60,000. There is another other current asset is 2,40,000. So total balance sheet is 11 lakhs 20,000. So this is the way of method of preparation of balance sheet. Like similar that some informations are given, you have to find out the values and you have to prepare balance sheet, or sometimes they may ask you to prepare proprietary fund statement. Proprietary fund statement is nothing but equity capital plus reserves and surplus. This is the proprietary fund liability side approach. Asset side approach means if you are taking total asset minus external liability, that is long term liability, current liability, if your total assets minus current liability, if you are deducting, that is shareholders fund. Okay, you can do that. That is the shareholders fund statement. That's all with regards to your ratio analysis. You go through this, practice some problems. So if you have any doubts, you note it down. Let us clarify one day. Okay, final day, let us clarify, right? Because now second unit is over, remaining 3 units are there. Rest we have 3 more hours. One unit I will teach you. Okay, okay, thank you. There might be other staff is waiting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, okay, bye. Do you understand this? I'm going very fast. I myself know. There is no other go. You practice it. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. Shall we start with the next class, organizational behavior? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I think some of you have raised their hands for the previous class. Okay, now we start with organizational behavior. Can any one of you recollect what was the topic we are discussing?
Your voice is too low, ma'am.
Too low. Now, is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Audible, ma'am.
Okay, last class we are discussing about what is organization behavior, what is an organization, what is communication, how communication is used in organization behavior, and goals of organizational behavior. So these are the topics we have discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will continue with the rest of the portions. So can any one of you tell you what is organizational behavior?
It is interdisciplinary studies, ma'am. Management, anthropology, everything. There are
Management.
three types: individual, group, and organization. Under there is a two: individual behavior and group behavior.
Yes, right. So
It's
simply
better
organization,
understanding to working in organization people.
yes, working, understanding the behavior of an
Yes,
individual
the
in an
work.
organization.
Mm.
So that is the main topic. So we should understand in what culture every individual is going to work. Why? Because each and every organization is not going to be the same. So it's going to be different from one to the other thing. So today's class, we will start with this. What is the scope of organizational behavior?
Ma'am, your audio is very low. We are not able to hear.
Can you hear my voice now? Okay, today's topic will start with the scope of organizational behavior. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So we start with the scope. I think you can see my screen.
But half screen is
Only
only
half
displayed, ma'am.
screen is there, ma'am.
Ma'am, 50% is visible.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, but
Yes,
too
ma'am.
small.
You, I think you can zoom in your screen. If I'm zooming, you're seeing only half of the screen.
Okay, ma'am.
So scope of organizational behavior. So what is organizational behavior? Understanding the behavior of every individual and from individual to group, how they are going to behave or how they have to behave in organization for achieving the organizational goal. So what is organizational goal?
Ma'am, which unit is this scope of organizational behavior?
This is first unit.
First unit, okay.
Yes. So these are the various points which explains the scope. The first one, what is given is ensures employee satisfaction. So when an employee will be satisfied, it depends upon the level of performance. So, how employee satisfaction will be judged? You might be an employee. What are the basis in which you will be satisfied?
Ma'am, sorry. Please come again.
See, if you are an employee, already you might be working in an organization.
Healthy work
Okay.
environment.
What are the criteria which will make you to satisfy?
Healthy work
Let's.
environment.
Heavy work. If they give heavy
Uh,
work, you will be satisfied.
no, ma'am.
Work-life
Actually,
balance.
our performance will be recognized and
Yes, appreciation should
promotions,
be there. Promotions.
promotions,
Yes,
salary hike.
salary hike. But first, basic salary should be given, and that salary should be comparable with the other same company.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
many problems so sometimes you have to come. You will be comparing my salary with the same person who's working in the similar company, but it will not be the same. So what
Yes,
you will
ma'am.
feel is you will not be satisfied with your organization, so you like to switch to other organization.
Yes, ma'am.
So yes, when this kind of switching over from one to the other, it is happening with your company means then there will not be a stable employees working in the organization. So that shows your organization behavior is not going in a right direction. So first thing,
Yes.
we have to ensure employee satisfaction. That is the most important thing for understanding the organization behavior. Second one is developing human skills. So how we can develop human skills? Why we have to develop human skills?
Because we all together is working in a one place, so we have to understand each other and team effort, teamwork.
Yes. See, if you are not having talented employees, then you cannot aim for anything for your organization. See, If you are recruiting employees, is it possible for getting all employees as skilled employees?
No, ma'am.
So it is not possible for getting skilled employees. Even if it is possible, what are the things you have to lose? I'm recruiting, see, for example, I want 100 employees in this month. I'm recruiting all the 100 employees as skilled employees. I'm getting. But what will be the loss the company will must have to give? What they have to sacrifice in this place of recruiting all employees as skilled employees?
Money would be the factor, I guess.
Yes, yes, they have to pay more money for skilled employees in the place of unskilled employees. So what the organization will do, they will not be ready in case if there is no emergency, they will be having a proportion 1:2 or 2:3, 2 skilled and 3 unskilled. So that skilled employees will be giving training to the unskilled employees so that there will not be any loss in the form of money. So which is paid as a wages or salaries to the employees. I think you'll be able to understand this problem. So once your employees are recruited, they have to develop. So employees' skills should be developed according to the job what they are going to perform in the organization. Third one is your performance appraisal. What is performance appraisal? Appraisal of performance. So what is appraisal? Why we have to appraise?
Ma'am, that is for the promotion. I mean, just not only at being at the entry level, but also becoming a senior. I mean, getting promoted as team leader or manager.
Appraisal is
Our
something like
performance will be
evaluation of the
reviewed,
whole
ma'am.
work of the whole year. Based
Yes,
on
one.
that, the
Yes, yes. Based on that,
Our
based on
performance
that
will
the
be reviewed.
sparks and the salaries will be high.
what is the benefit of this for the organization?
Ma'am, it will be tell the person about his weakness and strong points and where he
Yes,
should
you
develop
can
it.
identify how many employees are working properly, how many employees are not working properly. So, see, appraisal is not only for the benefit of the employees, it is for the benefit of the employer also.
Employers also. Yes, ma'am.
So, in what way the employee will be benefited? They will be able to know whether all the employees are working for them or some of them are idle, some of them are wasting. So what happens is they can decide for layoff or they can decide for selection or recruitment. All those things will be based upon the performance appraisal. And again, performance appraisal is one form of appraisal which will motivate your employees to work in the same organization forever. Why? Because when you appraise and find out that he is working better and best, he will be motivated, he will be given more incentives so that he will be working in the same organization. There is no need for giving training to a new employees in the place of old employees. So for that also we have to go for performance appraisal. That is one of the scope of organizational behavior. The next scope is determining your motivation system. So what is need of giving motivation?
For
The
better
slide.
performance.
Yes, for better performance. Is it possible for all the companies to give motivational benefit to the employees? Is all employer is giving motivational benefits to the employees? Is it possible?
No,
No.
ma'am.
It's not possible, but they have to try. When it will be possible is when the company is earning more, when the company is benefited because of the job of employees. So the company, what they feel is they have to motivate their employees. Why motivation is to be provided for sustainability? So why sustainability is again labor turnover should not be increasing in every organization. So determine your motivation system in the form of two things. It can be money or it can be non-monetary incentives. Can any example you can give for non-monetary incentives?
By providing trainings.
Monetary. It is for motivation. Training is compulsory for the employer to provide it to the employees. Why? Because if there is no training, you will be wasting your materials, money, everything. Any form of non-monetary incentives which will motivate the employee to work.
Ma'am, some kind of gift.
Some kind of gift.
Shorter time of working hours or extra day of layoff.
Yes, they can give shorter. Even if it is some companies, they can go for flexi time. You should have heard about flexi time. So timings can be changed, and non-monetaries, it should not be in the form of money, that is giving benefits to the children of the employees or giving medical facilities for the family, taking them for a tour for every 1 year. All those things will be coming in a non-monetary, but it is monetary benefit. Spended by the employer, but it not be given in the form of cash. So if anything is given in the form of cash, that will be monetary. If it is not in the form of cash, it comes under non-monetary incentive. So both will be tried by the employee. But you might have one question: when you are giving monetary incentives to the employees, again money will be wasted. See, this is not a waste. In turn, you are going to get something from the employees. So if they are motivated, if they feel happy with working in this organization, they will be working uh, whenever you ask them to work. So some companies, if you're asking your employees to work for overtime, they will not be ready. So when more and more motivation is given to the employees, then the employees will be ready to work for the development of the organization. So in one form, you have to spend money for the development of the employees. The other form, they will be working for the development of the organization. So that is why motivation is one of the scope of organizational behavior. The next one is developing positive attitude. Why we should have positive attitude, not negative attitude? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Why there should not be negative attitude?
If negative attitude is more, there will be more conflicts, comparison, problems, and we can go for that goal.
Yes. See, as a human being, when we think something negative, actually it will happen as negative. So what we think will be received back. So that is why in organization they will develop. That is, they have to develop positive attitude by understanding the organizational behavior. So we should develop positive attitude. Your employee should also think that this company will develop and we will also develop. See, normally this is a statement: when when an organization develops, employees develops. So the benefits will be given only to the employees when organization is earning more and more money. So attitude can be negative and positive, but mostly the company will feel that, or the company should try to have more with only positive attitude. Sometimes some employees will say that why we have to work for this organization continuously for 8 hours. So if they think that they are wasting their time, again it will be a wastage. So sometimes, so a very good example is when you're cooking some food item. If you cook some items happily, it will come as it is expected. If you cook it with negative attitude or in your different mood where you are feeling very sad, then that will have an impact on your food what you're preparing. So that is the reason why we have to go for creating positive attitude among the employees. So that will also be possible because of organizational behavior. The next scope is it helps in reducing conflicts. So conflicts, can we say that there will not be any conflict in the organization?
No, ma'am.
No. So conflicts will be in any form. It can be between the employees, it can be between the departments, it can be within the department, it can be from the low level to the higher level, or in the management also there will be a conflict. There will be a conflict between two organizations also, between the supplier and the customer. So many differences will be created. Why? Because all the activities in the organization is going to be performed only by an individual who is a human being. So conflict is the outcome of the difference of opinion between the two parties. So we cannot have all the persons to have the same opinion. So that is why we have to try to reduce conflict by understanding the behavior of the organization. So behavior. So we have to know in which type of organization we are working. Then only we can work without any conflict. So that is the reason, one of the points of scope of organizational behavior. Then the last one is improving organizational effectiveness. So organizational effectiveness, when we can say an organization is effectively working?
When we are giving a production in a higher,
When we are giving, when you are manufacturing product, right product at the right time, then?
Yeah, when we are able to achieve the objective of the organization or company.
Yes, that is the main point. It is when we are achieving the objective of the organization. So we will know what is your vision and mission of the organization. So vision is for a longer period, mission is for the shorter period. So when you achieve every year's mission, you will be able to achieve your longer goal. So when your organization is not working effectively, then we have to make changes so that it will work effectively. So that is possible because of understanding your organizational behavior. So improvement of organizational working in an effective way is also possible by understanding your organization. So these are the various points which explains what is the scope of organizational behavior. So main point is it determines motivation, increases your positive attitude, it increases the employee satisfaction, and it also tries to reduce main conflicts among all the employees. Any doubt in this?
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Ma'am, may I know this chapter you're teaching? It is not in the material which has been provided in the website also.
This is important. See, some topics which will not be under the heading given, but it will be part of organization behavior. Introduction.
Ma'am, then can you please share the slide also? Ma'am, slide is also not there in the website.
Yes, I will share.
Ma'am,
Don't worry.
ma'am.
Any doubt in this scope?
Ma'am, in
No.
between it is given as a human resource approach, contingency approach, system, and productivity approach. Is that the fourth topic we have to write in the scope of organization behavior?
No, that will come as a separate topic.
Okay, ma'am.
Approaches of organization behavior. Shall we move on to the next topic?
Okay.
The next one is models of organizational behavior. See, try. Can you see the slide? If you want, you can zoom in your screen. See, these are the 5 models of organizational behavior: autocratic, custodial, supportive, collegial, and system. So we see one by one. First one is autocratic. So in what way all the 5 models are different from one another? That is given under 6 points. That is basis of model, managerial orientation, employees orientation, psychological result, employees needs are met, and performance result. The first model is autocratic. Autocratic is powerful. That is, they think that they are the main reason for they are the main reason for everything that is happening in the organization. So they'll be thinking that basis of model is powerful, and managerial orientation is authority. What is authority?
Who has the power to sign?
So authority is some designation. They are given some posting.
Okay. Okay.
When I'm an employee, I will listen to the person who has got right to guide me or question me. If somebody is coming from the other department and questions me, I will not be answering it. So that is what will happen in the organization. They should have some authority so that they can implement their responsibility together. Already I've told you in the last class itself, just learn what are the principles of management. You should know about what is management, that is HRM, your principles of management, all those subjects. So I think this semester you're not having HRM. Do you have that subject this semester? No. Okay. So employees orientation is the employees, they have to obedience. That is, they have to be obedient to the authority who has got the power. They have to answer whatever the question it is raised to them. And psychological result is dependence on the boss. Why it is depend on the boss?
Because they only navigate the employees.
They only navigate the employees, but it is see for all the questions asked by your superior, all employees will not answer.
Yes, ma'am.
In reality, that happens. Who is asking that question? That is minded by the employee. That is what it is, employee psychological result. So psychologically, employees will be affected. See, when we feel happy, we will be happy to answer. But when we are not feeling happy to work in that environment, we are not answering. So we will not answer to the questions raised by your superior, whoever it is. He might be a factory supervisor, he might be an HR manager, whatever it is designation. So the dependence that is answering to the previous person will be depending on the person who's asking that question. Next one is employees' needs are met as subsistence, and it depends upon the satisfaction of the employees, and performance result is minimum. Why it is minimum? It depends upon the boss who's asking the question. So that is autocratic model of organizational behavior. So any doubt in this point?
No,
So
ma'am.
next week, okay, custodial. Next model is custodial. So custodial basis of model is economic resources. Why it is given as economic resources? Custodial model is based upon economic resources. It depends upon the resources what we have. And we all know that all organizations will not have the same resources as other organizations are going to have. So what is my economic resources? It depends upon the other result what I am expecting. So managerial orientation is based upon money. Why? Because it is custodial, depends upon the money what I have. And employees orientation is security and benefits. So employees orientation is, please switch off your audio. Can somebody remove that person? Can it be removed?
Hello, Mukesh. Can you, Mukesh?
Can I remove him?
Hello, Mukesh.
Ma'am, better you can remove him.
Yes. Can anyone call that number?
Mukesh,
not able to remove my screen.
Who is this guy? Ma'am, you can remove him, ma'am.
Is the ma'am there?
Ma'am, please remove him. You can remove him.
Okay, shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Sorry, I was not able to remove. I have asked the coordinator to remove. Okay.
Sharmila, ma'am, are you sharing the PPT through mobile?
Yes, sir. This time I'm not able to use my laptop.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Next week onwards,
Sorry
please.
for yes, yes. Sorry for the interruption. I was not able to remove him. Okay, we'll continue with the next point relating to models of organizational behavior. So custodial model, money, security benefits, then employee psychological effects, dependence on the organization. So where he is working, depending upon that, if he is happy with the organization, then he will be answering to all the queries asked by his superior. Then performance result will be passive cooperation. So if you are doing what is expected from the employees, they will be doing in turn. So security need will be there for every employee. They'll feel secure. What is security? Security is it is relating to job security and job satisfaction. Then the next one is supportive model. So supportive model for basis of model is leadership. Who is the leader? Already have discussed in the last class. So leader should have all the qualities what required for leading other employees who's working under his control. Then managerial orientation is it should be supportive. So managers who's working in the highest level should be supportive. They have to clear all the doubts raised by the employees. So they should have a supportive managerial orientation. Then employees orientation will be perform the job what is asked them. That is what is asked them to perform. Then participation will be good. Why? Because it is under leadership. They will be having a person to clear all the doubts what they have. So after clearing all the doubts, they'll be able to do the work without any delay. Then employees' needs are met as status and recognition. So when an employee will get a status and recognition, you'd have learned in model. So what is the status of an employee? Do we all have a status in the society?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so employees should also have a status in the organization. If there is no status, they will not feel motivated to work. How a status will be achieved?
Like promotion, ma'am.
Yes, by promotion, by giving authority and responsibility. So if there is no authority and responsibility,
Increments.
yes. So employees' needs will be met with status and recognition. If there is the status given to the employees, they will be happy and they will do all the work what is asked and whatever it is not asked. So both will be done by an employee, and the result of performances awaken drives us. They will be doing what is expected without any delay. So delay work will not be possible when it is supportive model. Model is collegial model. Collegial is in coordination. Partnership model will be there. And when you are saying it is partners, you do this, I'll be doing this. So all the work will be completed on time. So that is why it is given teamwork. Managerial orientation is teamwork. And the next one is employees orientation is responsible behavior. So when every employee is giving their work, they'll be working in team. So they have to finish their task. Whatever task, if it is given in my team to me, I will try to finish on time. That is on time, even if it is not saying on time. Before time, I have to try to finish it. So responsible behavior. Why? Because what is the reason for this? Employees orientation is responsible behavior.
Ma'am, because the delivery of the product or of the services is of utmost priority for the organization. If the
Yes.
employees will meet out its daily requirements of fulfilling their job on timely basis, then definitely it is going to benefit the organization.
Yes. See, why they have to be responsible is the term itself, it is partnership. When you are given some task, if you are not finishing it, see, it is easily identifiable. Who has not completed the task, who has completed the task on time, or who has completed the task on before time. All these things will be founded by the leader of this collegial model, so that the team, when you are working, we are dividing the work. So it is not same work done by two persons or three persons. Every individual will be trying to do different work at the, and completing the task on time. So you have to understand your responsibility and behave your in such a way that you are finishing the task on time, so that there is no complaint on you to your superior. So that is the reason why we have to be showing responsible behavior in collegial model by the employees. The next one is self-discipline. So self-discipline, when you will say I'll be self-disciplined as an individual, when we all will be saying I myself is self-disciplined.
When we meet our targets on timely basis prescribed as per the management without any instructions or further monitoring by the management or the superiors.
Yes. See, one main point
And
is
self-discipline can also be where like we are organizing our task and we are completing it on time and
so yes,
making sure
yes, that is right. See, employees' psychological effect is self-discipline for collegial model. What is it is I myself should be conscious about the work. So, for example, if I'm working in a school, when I say that I'm self-disciplined is when they say I myself should be there in the school at 9:30, I have to be before 9:30. So 9:25 or 9:28 or 9:24. When some work is given in my school, I have to finish my task on time. So self-discipline is possible because of the consciousness of every employee is having. I myself should know that I finish my task. I will finish my task, so I will not delay. So then only it is possible to achieve self-discipline activity by the employees in the organization. So psychologically, I must be ready. The psychological effect is more important for understanding your behavior of an individual. Why? Because everyone mindset is not going to be the same, but it has to be made it as same when they enter into the organization. So that's why the organization will ask them to wear uniforms. Some organization will not give uniforms. Some organization will give uniforms depending upon the job what they are doing. So all these things are making them to feel that they are equal. So equality is most important thing what you have to make your employees to feel that all employees are treated equally in the organization. So self-discipline is very important for collegial model. Why? Because psychologically they should be conscious that they are going to finish the task on time and without delay. And the next one is employees' needs are met as self-actualization. Self-actualization is, what is the meaning of self-actualization? That comes under employees' needs are met. So all employees' need is going to be the same. What is the basic need
No,
of
ma'am.
Okay, what is the basic need of a human being?
Ma'am, can you just,
Money.
ma'am, out of the 5 models of organizational behavior here, the topics are after collegial system. Then there's one more, the 5th one. What is that last one?
Collegial is system. System
But
model.
5 system model. Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Because it's not there in the notes.
Okay, okay. What is actually, one question I asked is, what is the basic need of a human being?
Morality.
Food, shelter, and clothes.
Basic needs.
Yeah, that is right. Food, shelter, and clothing. These are the basic every human being should have. So coming to this point is employees' needs are met. Self-actualization is what I expect. So what I expect, for example, you and me are working in a department. For example, that is true. It is a production department. What is my actualization is going to be will not be your actualization. What is actualization? See, I might be ready to work for 9 hours. You might be ready to work only for 8 hours. But what company wants? They want hours or they want production?
Production.
They want only production. The production, what company does every day when you enter into the organization, they will tell you within 8 hours or for 8 hours of every normal day to produce 100 units, 100 products, for example. So, company, when they will question an employee, depending upon this 100 products, if it is produced more or if it is produced less. Can you get my question? You are working as an employee in the production department and your task is for every day you have to produce 100 units. When your superior will question you, when it is overproduction or underproduction?
Underproduction.
Underproduction.
If it is underproduction, they will question you. Why they will question you? Their task is they want every employee to have 100 products. So if somebody produces less, what will happen is they will not be able to supply to their customers. So what is this? Self-actualization is what you do that will be returned. If you produce 100 products, you will be given with the basic salary. If it is under production, what happens is you will be given an advice suggestion. Then finally, you will be given a warning with a memo. So in collegial model, when everybody is going to work equally, what you are going to do is you have to put your effort equal to the other employees. Actually, what is going to see is your result. That result should be actually what is expected by the employee. So that is what we have to do it. When you are meeting your employer's need, you will be given what you want. So actualization is actually seeing what is the output, what you are giving to the organization. Then the performance result is moderate enthusiasm. So enthusiasm will not be more or it will not be great. It will be middle. It will be an average. So that why it will be moderate is when you are working in a team. This is partnership form of model. So everybody will be treated. So you will not be given extra things compared to the other employees. Why? Because there will be a conflict. So that is the reason they will be going for moderate enthusiasm. It will not be more enthusiasm created in the minds of employees, but it will be average. Then the last one is system model. So system model, systematically when you are doing something in the organization, so trust, community. So when you are saying community, all will be coming from various groups and working in the organization. Then managerial orientation is caring and compassion. So each one of you will be caring on others. And the compassion is you have to work for the development of the So something you have to work with interest. That interest will be created. Then employees orientation is psychological ownership. So psychologically you will be felt or you will be made to feel that you are part of the organization. So when you are made to feel that you are part of the organization, you will work with so much of happiness so that you will be giving best for your employee. Then employee psychological result is self-motivation. Self-motivation, how you can motivate yourself? You've seen motivation as monetary and non-monetary that is given by the company. But when you can motivate yourself, or there is no possibility, or we are not motivating ourselves in sometimes. Sometimes I will be telling, you can do it. That is, I'll be telling to myself, you can do it, try, you can do it, try. So I will try. And at last I will be successful. That is one way of motivation. That is creating interest by yourself. Sometimes you feel that I am not fit to do the particular job. But somebody will create interest on you and you will be doing it and finally it will come out as a very good product. That is what self-motivation. Is it not happening in everybody's life?
Yes, ma'am.
So that will happen in the organization also. Employee should be self-motivated by himself. That he should feel that he will be, sometimes this will happen. If 5%, that is any 5 can be, your organization employer will say that any 5 from this department can apply for promotion. Any 5 can apply. Who will apply for that first? Who's experienced? Who thinks that he is fit for the particular promotional job? So these persons will be applying for first.
Could you please ask him question again, ma'am?
See, what is my question is, if 5 persons are given a chance in your department for promotion, it is not selected by the employer. Employer gives you option. If you are feeling that to be promoted, you apply.
Okay, ma'am.
Who will be applying? That is my question is, who will be immediately applying?
Who is really motivated?
Who is really motivated? Who is really fit, thinking that he is fit for the job? And who is experienced? But
a person who meets all the QRs.
Yes, a person. That person will be there. But somebody will be hesitating that he will not be filled, he will not be given promotion. But he is actually eligible to apply. So if he is not self-motivated, he will not be applying for the particular job. So what we have to do in this point is, we ourselves should have motivation for our things. We should not expect somebody will motivate always. External motivation is always there, but internal motivation should also be there in every individual. So normally we will say that somebody will be, we will expect that somebody should be always behind us. So this self-motivation tries to tell that don't expect somebody to motivate you always, but you motivate yourself thinking that you are fit for the particular posting or a job or whatever the requirement you are expecting. The next one is employees' needs are met as wide range. So wide ranges you can expect most, there is many things which will be achieved in system based. Why? Because trust is there, caring is there, and you are made to feel that you're part of the organization. Because of that, you will be having so many benefits from the organization. Then finally, the result will be passion and commitment will be making us to achieve organizational goals. We already have discussed what is organizational goal, which is not only to earn more profit, but we should not have more problems in the organization. More and more conflicts should be avoided. So that conflicts can be avoided by understanding the organization behavior. So these are the 5 different goals we have to know in organization. So any organization which is operating, they'll be carrying out the activities in following these 5 models. The next one is, before that we will see what are the levels of organizational behavior. So we have 2 levels. One level is visible and the other second level is invisible. So this is what are the levels of organizational behavior. So what is the first level which is visible, which can be seen? So organizational behavior can be seen on the basis of dress code, office layout. What is office layout? What is layout?
Ambience, ma'am.
Ambience. Ambience should be in what way?
Working environment, ma'am.
Working environment.
It is the room.
Cabins,
It is
cabins,
the room,
conference rooms,
infrastructure, furnishings,
Yes.
furniture.
cafeteria.
Yes.
What
Our,
facilities that the office have? Do they have a meeting rooms update or like how?
yes, office layout is normally what should be placed in where. So where you can place, for example, stores department. Where you can place your stores department. For example, you have 3 floor of factory. I'll give you option. Stores department for one company is placed in the 3rd floor. Stores department of one company is placed near to the entrance, which is good.
Gate, nearer to gate.
Nearer to the gate. Why is, if it is entering immediately, it will be entered into the stores department. So storing department, what is stores department? Whatever you want for production, it should be stored there. So instead of keeping in near to the gate, if it is kept in the 3rd floor of the organization, that shows that you have not properly planned. Your behavior is not going to be good in at the time of manufacturing the product. So that is what office layout is. Where should be your production department? Where should be your administrative department, finance department? Where should be your manager's office? For example, when you are constructing a building, where should be your manager's office? For production manager.
Near shop floor.
Near the production department.
Near the production. So my question is, if it is inside the production department, I'll give 2 options, in the center or in the entrance.
The center.
In the center. So that is what we have to decide. That also speaks about your organizational behavior. If it is not kept in the right place, that is also showing that you have not properly planned anything. So everybody knows that every manager's office is open office. It that follows open door policy. What is open door policy for a manager's office?
Anyone can access us.
Yes, anyone can meet him, anyone can approach him for anything at any time. And nowadays we also know that open door policy is all the sites except the door entry, all the other sites have been made as a glass windows. Is it not so? And nowadays it's too advanced that it is CCTV to see whether your employees are working properly. So one day by day, the technology is also advancing in every activity what you do. So layout should be always properly planned. So that is nothing but what should be placed in which place should be planned by the organization. The symbols. The symbols also comes under the first level of organizational behavior. What is a symbol?
The unit
Symbol
logo.
means that marking.
Company logo, ma'am.
Yes, there is, for example, if you say the symbol, there is Bata B. We all know what is the style of writing a B of Bata slipper. So if you see that B symbol or letter anywhere, we can identify easily that is the product relating to Bata.
Yes.
So slogans. All companies have got a slogan. Why slogans are given as a tagline? That is also called as a tagline. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. That is a slogan given for Kit Kat. Why it is given? It is for easy identification or easily approaching. So every company has got a slogan. That is one form of visibility of organizational behavior. So organization behavior, there is ceremonies, every programs what they are conducting. Sometimes some organization conducts the birthdays of the owners every year, and he will be given gifts. Or companies itself, they will do is celebration of birthdays of every worker. Why? Because that motivates them. So all these things are the visible activity what we are doing in the organization that comes under the first level of organization behavior. Next comes the second level of organization behavior is invisible. So invisible, that cannot be seen. That is stories about people performance. So you can hear people performance is if somebody says that this company performs well, it is only the wordings. So if you want to see, you can go. You have to go and sit there and watch everything what is happening there. So symbols that is visible, trademark, logos, etc. is what is why we have to register your trademark in. Uh, that is why it is compulsory to register trademark.
So that the competencies of a company cannot be used by another company.
Yes, somebody should not imitate yours, or somebody should not copy your thing. That is why we have to register. Then the next one is corporate mission statement. Corporate mission statement. Mission, I just now told you, this for a shorter period. So you have to, that will not be known to everyone. Corporate company will know what is the mission, but that will not be visible to outsiders. So that is the thing we have to concentrate. Mission should be for a shorter period within 1 year. Recruitment and selection methods. What a company does for recruitment and selection. What are the various methods of recruitment?
Through employment exchange, or by giving advertisements into the newspaper, or by calling interviews directly into their offices.
Ma'am, direct recruitment.
Direct recruitment and indirect recruitment, campus interview, all
Yes, ma'am.
those things. So first the companies will go for recruitment, then the selection. What is the difference between recruitment and selection? First is recruitment, second one is selection. Is all the persons who is going to apply for your job, your company's job, all of them are not going to be selected. So first, where all your applications will be received, all applications will be scrutinized, and finally, you will be having the eligibility criteria for selection. So selection method is different from recruitment methods. It will be it will be finalized by the company only. It will not be known to the outsiders. What it will be visible to the outsiders is you are recruiting. That's what. What is the recruitment? Am I going to recruit in direct recruitment, or am I going to go for colleges for recruitment? That will not be visible to the outsiders. Then fairness in treatment. How you are treating your employees, is it going to be visible to the outsiders?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, no.
But in what way the public will understand the treatment of employees in your organization?
Mouth publicity.
Mouth of word of mouth.
Ma'am.
So fairness in treatment is, it can be founded in one thing is your labor turnover. If company always changes the employees who's working in the organization, the public can understand that there is a problem among the employees, and there is a problem among the employer and the employees working in the organization. So that is the reason that is the way you can understand. Social equality. So we all know in organization, when you're working inside, when you're coming to work, all employees should be treated equally. If there is no social equality, then employees will not like to work in the organization. Then risk taking in business deals. It is not visible, but how it can be visible to the public? See, these are the points which is invisible, but it will be known to the company. Risk taking in business deals. If I am a owner, I will know what is risk taken. But how public will know? Or other companies, how they will come to know this company is taking risk? Can we run an organization without risk taking?
No, no, ma'am.
No, no.
So risk taking and innovation are the two things, two basic elements what an entrepreneur should execute. The risk taking in business deals, why company always changes, or why always the company comes with innovation in product? Why? Because innovation is expected by the customers,
People.
by the
Yes.
people. That is, when I'm using some product, I want some innovative product. When the year goes just like that. So all the years I don't want to use the same product. So that is why you have to make it visible that your company is taking risk in making innovation in the product or changes in the product, modernization, diversification. So many things. When you look into so many companies, examples relating to product, you can understand really what the company has done. Previously, the soap what we had before 10
Hammam.
years, yes, the same model or same style of soap is not coming out. Sometimes we had a normal candle before 10 years. Now we have scented candles, and we have different forms of candles also. That is also innovation. And why this innovation has happened is because of taking risks. They want the competitors, what the competitors is doing, and they should also want some innovation in the product to take your company to the highest level. Then the next one is formality in approaches. What are the various ways in which you are making your organization perform their work? That is also to be changed. So what are the rules and regulations, policies implemented? All these things will be known by the company, and that will not be explained to the outsiders. Next one is discipline. For executing discipline, what company does?
They set some rules and regulations like which the company has to
Yes,
follow.
for all employees, same rules and regulations, and the rules and regulations will also be different from one department to the other department. So discipline is they want all workers to work in the same mode when you enter into the organization. So if you are giving casual leave for 10 days for one department, the same casual leave should be given for the other department also. There should not be any partiality there.
Yes,
So
my
when
code of
they,
conduct, ma'am. Oh, yeah.
yes, that should be implemented in the organization. That should be known only to the organization. That is not needed to be advertised to the public. So we want disciplined employees. So what are the rules and regulations we have to follow? Next one is autonomy for departments. Autonomy is freedom. So why freedom should be given for the departments?
So, ma'am, because as and when it requires, the decision can be taken at the executive level in the departments to resolve the issues.
Yes.
They
See,
need
this,
not to approach the higher management every time for small petty issues.
yes, it will be wasting your time. So autonomy is give freedom to the departments. Don't interfere in all, each and everything what the department does. Even if if the department wants to buy a small screw which has gone out for a machine, that is not necessary that you have to approach a higher level for buying a screw. So autonomy it should be given, but it should not be more autonomy. It should be to the level of the department. So what kind of autonomy can be given to the sales department? Only that can be given. For the production department, only relating to production can be given. So freedom should be given so that you will be achieving your goal on time. Then the next one is responsiveness to communication. So we have seen already the types of communication, formal or informal communication. So all those things will be I think you all will remember that. So responsiveness to communication is communication. Why we have to uh, take care of communication? For communication, there should be a common language.
Ma'am, since we have to in the company the formal way, that's the reason the communication.
Yes, all the activities must be taken over or carry forward without any problem. So what should be communicated, when should be communicated, where, how, by whom it should be communicated, that should be properly followed inside the organization. So to not to have any conflict in the organization behavior. The last one is empowerment of staff. So empowerment of staff. Staff, what kind of empowerment can be given? So supervisor, if you're working under 10 employees working under one supervisor, the supervisor should be given some power to get work from the 10 employees. So power, authority and responsibility to the superior, to the supervisor should be executed by the superior on time. So there should not be any, there is any superior without any power. So to get work or to execute his leadership, power should be given in the hands of certain employees, not in the hands of all employees. So these are the two levels of your organization behavior. We can understand from these two levels. One is visible level, which will be visibly given to the outsiders, which will be visibly known. We all can see in the newspapers or in the advertisement what are the things the company does. That comes under visible structure, and if it is not visibly shown to the outsider, comes under the invisible structure. So these are the two levels in which we can understand the behavior of organization. So with this, I will stop here, and we will continue the rest in the next class. Do you have any doubts? If you want, you can clarify those doubts of today's lesson.
Ma'am, how we can get these slides, ma'am? Can we have your email address, ma'am, so that we can contact and you can.
Okay, I will give my email in. You just send me my. This is my mail ID. So you can just mail. I will send the PPT.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello. Audible to everyone. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Able to hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Audible to
Yes, sir.
everyone. Oh, sorry. Okay, ma'am. Due to delay for poor connection. Sorry for the delay. Okay, yesterday we'll discuss on oh, it's visible. My PPT is visible. Hello.
No, sorry,
My
still not.
PPT is visible to everyone.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Just wait. Now
It's visible, sir.
now
It's visible.
yesterday
We
we'll
can see it.
Okay, sir.
just one was okay, ma'am. No issue. Yesterday we'll discuss on business environment. So what's the fundamentals of business environment? Yes, yesterday we discussed all those things. The five factors is very, very important. Customer, supplier, competitors, or government, regulation, technologies. With the support of business environment running throughout the world. Still there, how the for human blood is how is important for a human being to survive. The same thing, business environment. Such element is very, very important. Competitors, customers, suppliers, government, regulation, technology. Without this support, the business environment, present is no running. This is how the blood is important for a human being. So to live the life, the same thing, business environment, competitor, customer, suppliers, government, regulation, technology is very, very important. Without the support, we can't run the business environment. Then yesterday we'll discuss everything, and also supporting we discuss on company. So economic environment and competitive environment, technological environment, socio and cultural environment is very, very important, and political regularity environment is very, very important. Socio cultural, yesterday we will discuss on exam, socio and cultural. Social and cultural, yesterday we discussed social culture, how play important role for business environment, international business environment, local business environment, district business environment, national business environment, state level business environment. Social cultural is very, very important. If you take the example of India, so start from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, different language, different different culture, different demographic area. Based on that, you are doing your business. Start from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So Gujarat people like to somewhere, Delhi people and Uttar Pradesh people, particularly Kannada, even South region itself, Kannada people, Kerala people, Andhra, Telangana, and also Pondicherry and followed by Tamil Nadu people, different social and cultural environment. According to this, fulfilling the requirement of the local people, fulfilling the requirement of the state people, district people, and rural people, socio-cultural and very, very important for you doing business. That's why yesterday I told very clearly, act like local, think like global. Act like local, think like global. Social cultural environment is very, very important. And followed by political and regulatory environment is very, very important. Because without political, we can't survive. Political to everything, deciding authority based on political. Suppose if you take this a socialist country or capitalist country or a mixed economy, like Catholic and socio economy, political people will decide our fate. And finally, people also decide, one day they decide they are changing the government, even US and followed by other countries. So now you take the example of Russia and China, still their president won't be changed, the political regulatory environment, but they are striving the social economy, socialism economy, communist economy. They're saying they are based on labor economy. So political regulatory environment totally changes. So that is also directly impact on business environment. Like China, they are growing like anything. After 70 industrial revolution that happened in China, now they are dominant economic in throughout the world. They're challenging the world. They are the main supplier of the throughout the global, based on that political regulatory environment. After 1970, they are introduced liberalization, privatization, globalization in China. Then China economy totally changes. In India later, 1990s, India was introduced LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. So this is a political regulatory environment is very, very important. So every party having their own ideas, own philosophies, own friendships, and so many things, etc., etc. So political regulatory environment is very, very important. This is the main pillar of the company to make profit and also to create employment opportunities and also to increase the per capita per income and the standard of living. This is a very, very important. So your company to create more employment opportunity based on economic environment, based on competitive environment, based on technological environment. Yesterday, one of our students were also asking example of technological environment. So nowadays, without technology, we can't do any business. Like e-commerce platform, social media platform, many platforms, artificial intelligence, and followed by many platforms, cloud computing, Internet of Things. We have many platforms to expand their business, the reach the customer, end user, to utilize the product. So technological environment is very, very important, and based on main source of the business environment, social and cultural environment. European culture is totally different, Western cultures. And if you come back to Asian, means Asian culture is totally different. And within the Asia, South Asian culture is totally different. So our culture is relevant to Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. Their culture is totally different. Social and cultural environment is very, very important. So how you expand your relationship with our neighboring countries, and followed by other Western countries or North American countries, African countries, and American countries, Australia. So all the way you can expand your business. And social cultural environment is very, very important. You respect their social cultural environment. You respect their religious. You respect their community. You respect their language and whatever it may be. Social and cultural environment is very, very important. And finally, you end up with political and regulatory environment. Finally, end up with what? The political and regulatory environment. Yesterday we discussed in depth in manner, even though the people were attending new people, this is a very, very important questions for your examination. And types of business environment also we discuss. What are the types? External environment, internal environment, what's the external competitors, information and communication technology. These all directly impact on external competitors, information and technology and communications, social network. Just wait. Sorry for the disturbance. Then social network is very, very important. Suppliers nowadays, all the business people connected with the social network. That's happy to say that people, that's easy access to all the business people. Social network. They're selling the product, they're buying the product, and also their characteristics of the product, design of the product, innovative product, everything to attract based on social network. And suppliers and distributors, government policy is very, very important. Then sustainable issues. Then internal environment. What are the internal environment? We will discuss employees, resources, designers, planners, and internal suppliers. It is coming under knowledge management. However, if you have excess of knowledge management, you to use the internal environment within the industries to design the product, and planning is very, very important. Resources is very, how extract the resources from equity shareholder or debentures, are followed by preference shareholders, or bond. Are you borrowing money from mutual fund? Are you borrowing money from angel broking? Or following money from, so fundraisers, money market instruments, small capital market or money market instrument, where you find out your resources, fundraisers from the company. Either they're going for borrow the loan from bank or financial institutions, or a new entrepreneur. So the new entrepreneur also going for borrow the money from. So this is the internal environment. And the employee is very, very important. And others, these all called as external environment and internal environment. Then corporate governance and social responsibilities. So very, very important. Whatever you earn more profit, any company earn more profit. That profit definitely utilized by their country development and individual people development. That is the responsibilities. So all the corporate were creating more opportunities for their domestic people as well as international people as well as national people. They're creating more opportunities. They're creating more employment. With that, that is a corporate governance and social responsibility. They also lend the money for education purpose, health purpose, research purpose, and innovative purpose, and new medicine, suppose new medicine or hospitality purpose. And also they are lending money to the African development, because that's a corporate governance and social responsibilities. In African countries, still they're underdeveloped countries. In African countries, still they are not fulfilling the basic needs. Maslow theory basic needs, so not fulfilling the corporate governance social responsibilities. Who take up the responsibilities? Corporate people take the responsibility. They were expanding their company through all the globe. They are make more and more profit. So profit will be what? They only expanding the business, or benefit goes to their the company or owners or shareholders, or followed by their employees. And that profit also utilized for the development of the individuals, and utilize that resources for the poor economy. So poor economy for hospitality, for education purpose, for other purpose. That is a corporate governance and social responsibilities. Then followed by what are the corporate social responsibilities, long term, and followed by market responsibility, resources, and whatever it may be. That is, it's a long term goal. Very sincerities, not only for the business, and also sincere to the respective people, our people. And also that benefit goes to our people to develop the people. So they're lending money to the development of the every individual of the citizen. So every individual of the country, definitely employment opportunity will be created. They also getting education, good health, good water, and all the protections. So automatically the country will be developed, the company also will develop, economy will be developed, the entire the country will be developed based on corporate social responsibilities. Whatever you are making more profit, utilize for the good purpose. That is the corporate social responsibilities, and followed by business ethics. Business ethics means, you know, that ethics, professional ethics, business ethics, how you're doing business, your good business, what are the morality we need to do a business behavior, good behavior. And also we maintain the principles and trust among the employees, among the shareholders, among the customers. The trust is very, very important. Government, state, Everything is very much, trust is very important. And also you're doing business with other countries. So between the relation between the other countries, trust is also very important. And political trust is a responsibility. You have to take the responsibility, because you are creating not only making more profit, minimize the cost, maximize the profit. Not only you make profit for your individual company benefit, responsibility of that company to employment opportunity. They're creating more employment opportunities. So directly contribute to our economy, GDP, individual economy as well as country economy and state economy, as well as district economy, as well as rural economy, and also global economy. That is very important. That is called the responsibility. And relationship is very important. Reliability is very important. Choice and morality. This is business ethics. Then we will go back to second unit, economic and management structures. Economic and management structures. So economic directly impact on management structures. So suppose our economy based on management structures. You see the structures, any company structures. First, CEO, then followed by CFO, then followed by CMO, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Technological Officer, then followed by Deputy Directors, and followed by other Deputy Managers, and followed by Manager and Assistant Managers, and followed by technical people, and followed by low-level people, and the direct employee, indirect employee, direct employee, indirect employee, intern employee. So many people were working in industries. They're creating more employment opportunities. Organized employee and unorganized sector people also working in our industries, because more 98% of the people, unorganized people, whether working in any countries. The organized structures, only 3% or 4%. Remaining 94 or 95% of people were unorganized sectors. Organized sectors only working for 5% to 4% or 3%. Unorganized sector people were working more and more. So management structures is very important. We both using the water. Economic system regulates the factor of production, including land, capital, labor, and physical resources. It's a very important, because regulator factor of production. How many unit you have to produce your company. That unit you produce, you can use that expenses, fixed cost, and followed by using the leverage, fixed cost, operating leverage, fixed leverage, combined leverage. You are using expenses, and finally EBIT, earning before interest and taxes, EBT, earning before and taxes, and finally what you get, profit after tax. That is your profit after tax. So you can, your expenses is more. Whatever you earn in profit, all should be less. Finally, what you receive after tax, what you have profit after tax, that is your profit. So economic system regulates factor of production. So if you produce the product, all the factor will be calculated. Profit after tax, what you hand, that is your profit. For that profit, we are going for management structures that directly impact on economic system regulate factor of production, including land, capital, labor, and physical resources. You are utilizing for management structures. How you can evaluate the structure based on finance, that is very important. So production, you need finance. Land, using your land, you can using land or machines or anything, you pay the money will be involved. Capital will be involved. Labor also, you can lend money for labor. And physical resources also, money is needed. That's they are using in financial structures, selling cost and variable cost. And finally, you getting your contribution. That is also be a very important in economic systems. Economic system regulates the factor of production, including land, capital, labor, and physical resources. So management structure is very important. So the management structure is taking the decision for agencies, patterns of consumption, the compromise the economic structures for the given community. Finally, end up with what? Economic and management structures. You are that directly impact on GDP. That's why we go for economic and management structures, and also with creating employment opportunities for the individuals. Every individual, for that purpose, we going for production. More and more production means employment opportunities, more and more is available in your country. You produce more product. So here and there, inflow and outflow will be there. Liquidity will be there in your economy. Liquidity is very, very important in the economy. So once liquidity will be suddenly low means automatically your economic will be fall down. So liquidity flow will be rural to metropolitan, individual to corporate, individual to government. Liquidity is very, very important. So liquidity means financial liquidity is very, very important. So liquidity flow where go everywhere. The flow start from the rural, start from the state, start from the district, and go to national and go through global way. The liquidity is very, very important. Savit?
Hello, sir, excuse me.
Then economic systems, it's a very, very important one. Then underlying framework. So what we'll need for that management structures, if you the product will be already we discussed on financial inflow and outflow, liquidity, financial liquidity we discussed.
Sir, what type of questions will ask during exam in this chapter?
My voice is audible. Hello, my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My voice
Sir.
is audible. Previously, one of the student raised the question. What kind of question, ma? I am not getting
Sir,
your
what type
question,
of
ma.
sir,
I think
what type of
Rajesh will raise
question?
the question.
What
Tell
type
me,
of
ma.
important question it will come in the chapter?
Ma'am, in the chapters, it's a very less number of units, less number of topics they covered. You don't worry about your examination. Okay. Hello?
Sir,
Are you received?
sir,
Are you
any
received my
tips
word?
to write an exam?
Hello? I will final last hour after 5 years, 6th hours, I will give the important question to all people. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
What ma? Just Bina Raju.
Sir, just
Tell
ask
me,
the
ma.
important
I'm waiting for your questions.
tips to write a exam. So you said that you will give at the 6th hour. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Last hour, I will discuss all the exam point of view, ma. First, you listen the class. Okay. So any doubt regarding my class, you can raise the questions. Exam point of view, don't fear about your exams. My humble request. All the people don't fear about your exams. It's very simple chapter they covered in business environment. So all these, it's very easy. Whatever you learn from this class, you can appear for the examination. And also not only you write in a bookish words, you write your own words also. Okay. No issue in the examination. You don't fear about the examination. Just listen the class. What you learn from the class, the same will be applied in your examination paper.
Okay, sir.
It's my humble request. But don't people, my humble request, all the people appear all the questions. Start from to case studies. Okay. Whether
Okay, sir.
that's very, very important. That's that's mantra for your examination. Start from the 5 marks up to 6 marks up to 75 marks. I think all the questions you have to appear for the examination. Not only business environment. Start from all the 6 papers. You are for all the appearing all the questions. Then you will get benefit. Indirectly, I'm saying. Okay. The underlying framework, including transportation, is very, very important. The logistic management is very, very important. Okay, ma'am. Logistic management is very, very important in economic and management structures. Whatever you can produce your product, that will be supplied to either landway, either airway, either roadway, either postal way, either pipeline way. These are the way to supply your product. So transportation is very, very important. Transportation and communication system is very, very important. Communication systems, because all this client you deal with communication systems. Without technology, you can't deal with all the people, clients, your end users, customers, and also you borrow produce the product. You want to produce your product, you borrow the material, raw material from your client. So communication system is very, very important. The underlying framework, including in transportation, logistic management, is very, very important. You have to supply your product through waterway, airway, landway, and followed by landway, postal way, pipeline way, because oil you have to sell oil, and followed by other uh, oil you go by pipeline way. Sir, waterway you can all the product coming by waterway, and the airway only few product coming by waterway. Then after you can supply the product through roadway or postal way. These are the way. That's why we call this, including transportation is very, very important. Transportation decide your cost of price of the product. Transportation to decide, transportation measure the cost of the product, transportation to measure our buying capability, transportation to measure our per capita income. Transportation, logistics, supply chain management directly impact on everything in every individual economy. Individual economy, I'm saying, I'm not an overall economy. Individual economy, transportation is very, very important. Based on oil price, that will directly impact on gold price, directly impact on our savings, directly impact on our investments. Then company will raise the cost of the product will be increased. So automatically you are also expecting your employment opportunity will be based on these variables. Transportation, communication systems, industrial facilities is very, very important. Suppose you don't have warehouse, store your product, whatever you can produce a product, more and more product, you are export the product for the other countries. Even the industrial facilities is very, very important. The manufacturing facilities, warehouse facilities, because you can dump the product to selling the product for agriculture product, for then fisheries product. Many products are available. Natural resources, our resources depend on, our economic depend on natural resources. So industrial facility is very, very important. Education and technology is very, very important. We discuss about education and technologies. So education and technologies, human development index. First variable is education. Human development index. Based on human development index, your country ranking will be there. List out the ranking, the top countries. America, they're saying America. So European countries, top economy. The people peacefully living in the top economy in where means that European economy, like Norway and followed by other nearby European countries. Our countries far away from that ranking. Not ahead of the ranking, far away from that ranking. That's based on what? Education and technologies. That enables a country or region to produce goods. That's very, very important. This is the underlying framework, including transportation and communication systems, industrial facilities, education and technology that enables a country or region to produce goods. Finally, they end up with what? To produce goods for what purpose? To export the product to other countries, to create a demand of the product at the global level. Our product to create demand for the global economy. So produce the goods, services for other resources, exchanging values. That's very, very important. Any country, foreign reserves, they're having more and foreign reserves. The country economy is a very strong economy. They don't have foreign reserves because the country going for more and more import. They having more and more foreign reserves means the country doing more and more export. They don't have foreign reserve means the country lost their foreign reserves based on import. They import the product from there, fulfilling the needs of their country needs, fulfilling the country needs, fulfilling the people needs. Import product from other countries. We still depend on other countries. We are doing more and more export. Means the economy is very strong. The global economy, we compete with the global economy. Already discussed on competitors, technologies, market, economy, supply, culture, social culture, and political. This is all based on to produce goods, service, and other resources with the exchanging value, foreign currency value. That's the exchange value, foreign currency value. We are deal with the dollar. We are deal with the China yen, and followed by Japanese yen, and followed by deal with the franc. We deal with Euro, Arabic countries, currencies. So exchanging value is very, very important. Then market economy. And final with the economic and management structures end up with the market economy. Market economy means capitalism. US economy is always based on capitalism economy. They were always based on capitalism. They always support to corporate people. That is a capitalism economy, fully based on US, based on corporatism, capitalism economy, but they also following business ethics. That's very, very important. Whatever they are following the capitalism economy, the government rules and regulation is very strict in the US. They always government of US always favor for the people. They always protect the US citizens. They are going for war to other countries. They are creating problem for other countries. They always controlling the entire world. But the US always good for their people. Their laws and follow whatever it may be. The protection, democratic countries, USA democratic countries, they always support for their people. They, even though they are using capitalism, their important role for their economy, some 50%, 50%. They always favor for people. That's why market economy, US economy is a capitalist economy, but Indian economy is a mixed economy. Socialism also be there, capitalism also be there. That's a mixed economy. That's a hybrid that blends some aspect of both market and the planned economies. Indian economy is always the mixed economies. And then other economies, socialism, like commanding economy, with reference to Soviet model. Socialism is a commanding economy, like China, Cuba, and followed by Soviet Union, Russia. This is all the economy based on commanding economy, also known as commanding economy, with reference to Soviet model. So these are the main three economy rule the world. One is capitalism economy, another is mixed economy based on a hybrid economy, both social and capitalism. Other one is socialism economy. You take the example of China and Russia. Then economic structures. The economic structures based on labor, land, and capital. Labor, land, and capital. You know that what is meant by capital. Capital means fund. How I utilize the fund? Minimize the cost, maximize the profit. Minimize the cost, maximize the profit. So then land, I can use the resources. Utilize the optimum utilization of the resources. That is called as land. Optimum utilization of the resources. Whatever I'm having capital, I can use the resource within that country. Then labor. Labor also I can not borrow from the other countries. I can use the labor from same countries. That is education play a vital role. Technology play a vital role. I can get the idea from other countries. I can exchange the technology from other countries, but I can use the labor from the same countries. Whether you take the example of the Indian people going to US to do a job, compared to the salaries, US citizen and Indian citizen go to US to do the work. Comparatively, there are very, very low cost work for Indian citizen in America. That they're using labor, minimize the cost, maximize the profit. Minimize the cost, maximize the profit. How effectively they utilize the resources. How they effectively utilize the optimum resources. That is very, very important. That's called as capital, fund, capital amount for the business. Then only you can make your profit. You can predict your profit. You can expand your company or merge with the company or take over the company or increase your exchanging value, that foreign currencies based on capital. Capital, how you raise the fund from the public, mobilize money from the public in terms of share, equity share, preference share, bond, debentures, or you borrow money from the mutual funds, or you borrow money from the bank, national bank or international bank, or you borrow money from the money market instrument. This is all the way to raise your capital and doing your business. Land is very, very important. Land is very, very important. So land, you can use the land, same country land, same country machines and everything within that land. You cannot borrow from other countries. So that is a land and labor and capital. That is the Taraga mantra for minimize the cost, maximize the profit. Then you follow the supplies. Regulation is very, very important. Manufacturing is very, very important. And distribution. You distribute the product, produce the product for what? Distribute the product for global people. First, you fulfilling the requirement of your local people. then your district people, then your state people, then your national people, then your product will be automatically create a competition about the global people, then fulfilling the global needs. That is called as production, supply, and economic structures. We are doing fulfill the need of global people, fulfill the need of rural people, local people, and followed by state people and national people. This is called as economic structures. Whatever you can produce the product, you can compete with the global and compete with the local. Then family management to professionalism. Family management to professionalism. You take the example of two people, family management to professionalism. Anil Ambani and Mukesh Ambani. I'm giving a simple example because people may know aware of Anil Ambani and Mukesh Ambani. Then present people doesn't know about Anil Ambani. In 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, Anil Ambani is the top most businessman in the world. He occupying sixth position among the topmost businessmen in the 2006 and 7. So that is the family management to professionalism. Then suddenly their Anil Ambani shares value will be totally reduced because he done his global business. He never concentrated on Indian domestic business. He always focused on global business. And also he invests money in US. And also invest money in US Hollywood film and followed by many business in US. And so US people not allow the other people to cultivate the profit from their own country profit and using their other countries. And suddenly some political drama will happen for Anil Ambani. So automatically their share value will be reduced. Now the entire the Anil Ambani totally out of the business. Based on Mukesh Ambani tactically and strategically execute the plan. You never do a business in abroad first. You do the business in first India because 140 crore people, 100 crore people. First, you fulfill the needs of Indian people and creating employment opportunity to the Indian people. Then you succeed the business because Indian customers are young customers. 70% people belongs to the young customers. Political environment support to the Ambani and environmental, all the economical, technology, competitions, social and cultural, all the support for the Mukesh Ambani. These are two people came from the same family management to professionalism. One person beginning is successful, he done a business, and also he done an MBA from UK. And the beginning Anil Ambani named everywhere in this world after he cannot survive in the business. He's out of the business. So strategic planning is very, very important. Family management to professionalism. You start from the family, divide the family management to professionalism. You have to understand, study about the business. That is very, very important. Study about the business, study about the social and cultural nature, study about the political, study about the competitors, study about the economic, study about the technology. Every factor is very, very important. Family management to professionalism. That's why family management to adhere to business philosophy is very, very important. Already I gave one example of business philosophy. He started a business in abroad, but Mukesh Ambani started a business study the business in India because Indian people have more populations. You're selling the product, any product will sell easily, and all the people belongs to young customers. That is very, very important. Then high performance standard, ethics you have to study, increase equity value, equal value, and benefit to the customer. That is very, very important. Equal value and benefit to the customer, benefit to the stakeholders, benefit to the owners. You are not only running the business for owners' purpose, owners' benefit. The business, you are running the business for wealth maximization to the wealth maximization to the shareholders. That is very, very important because we borrow money from the shareholders. We borrow money from the shareholders, or equity shareholders, or preference shareholders, or debentures, or bond, whatever it may be. First of all, we are loyalty to the shareholders. Equity value, equal value to the shareholders. Wealth maximization of shareholders, not for the owners benefited, then stakeholders, then owners. Fine. First one, benefit to the customers, benefits to the stakeholders and owners. It is a family management to professionalism. Family management to the professionalism. commitment towards your goal, strong commitments towards your long-term goal and short-term goal. That is very, very important. And also, you execution is very, very important. You finally end up with why we do a business, why we run the business, profit manner. Profit not only to make everything, and also the ethics of what customers, benefit to the customers, stakeholders, and owners. So likely to extra hours you put effort uh, to innovatively thinking for your work, and also expand your work, expand your business, family to professionalism. So extra hours and effort needed to make it a success. Your family is more likely to understand that you need to take more flexible approach to your working hours. That is very, 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 very important. Don't fed up. Business means loss, profit will be happen. Loss also be happen, and make decline also happen, incline also will be happen, increase also will happen, decrease also will happen. You should not be fed up in business. Business strategy is very, very important. So you put more extra hours for to expand your business, or innovative think and imagination thinking to develop your business. That is called as family management to professionalism. That is called as professionalism. Having good communication, that is very, very important. Good communication, listening, and critical thinking skills are important nowadays. Indian government to concentrate on skill-based studies, skill-based education. So having good communication, listening, and critical thinkings are very, very important for the acting of the professional way. When you are able to listen others ideas and present your own convincing way, you are setting your employer and yourself for the success. Listening is very, very important. Also, you learn from others. You learn from the others. That's very, very important. Then only you become a good employer to your employee. And also business become a good successful business like Ambani, and followed by, you see that Tata, Birla, many people are doing business in India. They have doing more than 100 years or 120 years. And Ambani came from 70s, and also after 90s only people may know about Ambani families. Now they are the topmost people in India. Wherever you going, everyone, the common man to elite people to use their name, businessman name means their example they are taking for Ambani families. After 90s only they put effort, lot of effort after his fathers. Dhirubhai Ambani, that is called as, you take the example of Ambani families, family management to professionalism. Because Tata we are doing business 100 years. Birla people were doing business 100 years. They are only 30 years, 35 years, 40 years to reach the people. Then how much effort they put for their business. Lot of competition. They overcome all the competition. Lot of political imbalance. They overcome all the political imbalance. Lot of cultural and other burden, economic burden, and followed by technological burden. Everything overcome by Ambani families based on family management to professionalism. Business always take as a professionalism. Business always be a business. Don't include anything. You think business always be a business. That's why family management professionalism. No compromise, no sacrifice in business. Business is a business. So one of the most significant contribution of the family business to India is job creations. That's very, very important. Job creation is very, very important. Why I'm doing business, family business? To create job for not my family. So I can, my product will be reached to the end users. Automatically, I'm expanding my company to district level, state level, and national level because of job creation and fostering economic growth. And followed by business have a deep-rooted commitment. That is very, very important. Deep-rooted commitment and local communities, because always market is always changes. Every decade, previously decade, 10 years once market changes. Nowadays, every year's market changes. You can working along with market conditions. That's why deep-rooted commitment is needed to local communities and are often the lifeblood of rural and urban economies. Economies, rural economies and urban economies are very, very important. That contribute to our GDP, directly contribute to our GDP. Then people may know many people were doing family to family, family to business commitment, business professionalism. Autocracy people were there. Autocracy means only you obey the command. Only obey the command. Then autocracy means owner managed high centralization. Only one people. This is not decentralization. Centralization means someone to control our entire activity. Someone, the owners will control the entire business. Decentralization means open to all. Hybrid means half centralization, half decentralization. But here, autocracy means centralization, owner-related control, planning on ad hoc basis, and goal is family maintenance. Then domestic configuration, ownership and management is family hands, family management team, family council, professionalism, formalized planning. These all coming under what? These all coming in family managed professionalism. And then we go to resource base of the economy. Resource base of the economy. Resource base of the two types of resource base of the economy. So two types means in economic, two types means divided into human resources and non-human resources. Human resources and non-human resources. Human resources include labor and management. Non-human resources like natural resources. That is called as two types of economy. Two types of resource base of the economy. One is human resources, other one is non-human resources. Human resources means labor and management. Non-human resources mean including land, capital, financial resources, and technologies. These are non-human resources. So resource or natural resource-based economies also be there. So natural resource-based economy contributes gross national product based on natural resources. Our GDP, our gross domestic product based on our GDP. So natural resources include land, fossil fuel, water, sunlight, even air also water coming under natural resources. Based on the resources, you can produce your product. With the support of these natural resources, you can produce a product like fossil fuel. Fossil fuel is very, very important. Fossil fuel to spoil our nature, that is a different. Without oil, how you can do a business? Without oil, the economy will not survive. That's why all the nations join together. They are going for to produce more energy, not depend on fossil fuel. They're going for other resources like solar, other resources. So gas and for other resources they are searching. So main aim is to produce energy, to produce current. Without current, the world industry is not surviving. The world is not surviving. Based on energy, the world is survive. So natural resources include land, fossil fuel, timber, water, sunlight. Everything is very, very important. So fossil fuel means you take oil, coal, natural gas, metal, stone, sand, and natural resources. This all directly impact. Then drinking water. Water resources like drinking water is 3%, remaining 97% and the salt water. So the 3% of water you can utilizing for all the purpose, irrigation purpose, our individual purpose, every purpose, 3% of water. So nowadays everything is threatened. Natural resources will be affected due to fossil fuel. Not only fossil fuel, many things are happen. So you have to protect the natural resources. So based on the resources of the economy, two resources, one is natural resources, other one is human resources. Natural resources, other one is human resources. Resource based, the country's gross domestic product or gross national product depend upon these resources, either human resources or non-human resources, like natural resources and labor and management. Then environmental issues. First, pollution. Many deaths were happened due to pollution, air pollution. 70% of people died to air pollution. This air pollution will be happen based on climate change. We produce more and more carbon dioxide, emit and more carbon dioxide to this environment. The entire air pollution will be affected. That based on climate change will be happen. El Nino will be happen. You cannot predict the climate. So environmental issues more issues in business present days. That's why all the countries, all the business people to reduce and also they're going for green energy. Present days they are expecting to transform to green energy to stop the environmental issues, to not create the problem for the environment. So first problem is pollution, climate change, depleting natural resources, destroying the natural resources. Habitating destruction means the human being want to survive in this earth is a question mark. Human being want to, not only human being, all the PCS to want to leave this earth is a question mark. That's called as habitat destruction. You to transform to other place to live your life. So based on environmental issues, then overpopulation, then improper waste disposal. So improper waste disposal directly affect the fisheries, directly affect the blue water. You want to protect not only below the water and above the water atolls, above the water also we have to protect. Above the water and below the water is very, very important, because below the water many species were there. 97% of the earth surrounding by salt water. We want to protect the below the water. So improper waste disposal to destroy the below the water, to destroy the below the water species. If you want to protect environmental issues in business, very, very important. Up to the second unit is over, ma. We will
Sir, what is depleting
go
naturally?
next week. Thank you. What?
Sir, third point, depleting
Hello,
natural
Samita.
resource.
This is best on the natural resources.
Third point they were
Thank you,
explaining,
ma.
no,
Thank
sir.
you so much. Time இன்னொரு கிளாஸ் போகணுமா? அடுத்த கிளாஸ் போகணும். We'll see by next week. Okay. I will definitely. I will. Um, depleting natural resources definitely I'll explain by next week. Okay. Thank you so much, ma.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Shamita, please mute.
Hello, students. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. We are going to start again business law. Okay. Just a second. Let me upload my PPT. Can you see the PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One second. Yeah, we are going to discuss about a fifth unit. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let us complete the unit fifth. Then only, if time permit, we'll revise it. And any doubt, you can ask me at the end. Okay. So this unit fifth consists of your Factory Act. In Factory Act, we are going to study about licensing, how to take the license of the factory, and registration, licensing and registration of the factories, and health provision, safety and welfare measures. This is about Factory Act. In this act, definitely you are going to get some questions like sometimes they ask what are the health and safety provision, what are the welfare provision in Factory Act. They will be asking such type of questions, and what are the procedure registering of a factory. So 2-3 questions may be expected from this unit. So let us discuss that. Then after that, we have Industrial Dispute Act, where object and scope of the act, effect of what are the effect of industrial dispute, what is the administration, how to resolve the issues, then Minimum Wages Act and Workmen's Compensation Act. These are the syllabus. Now let us talk about the Factory Act. What are the objectives of the Factory Act? Sometimes short question may be asked, what are the objectives of the Factory Act, or objecting and meaning of the Factory Act. The objective of the Factory Act 1948, it is called as Factory Act 1948. The objective is to improve health, welfare and safety of the workmen. The workmen who are working in the factory, there should be provision for them for the improvement of health, welfare and safety. These are the three measures which are included in the Factory Act. The first objective is to improve health, welfare and safety of the workmen. For that reason, this act is enacted. Next is to regulate by imposing restrictions as to hours of work, including rest and provision for availing of leave. There should be the procedure for restriction number of hours. Continuously, a workman cannot work. So in between, he need to have some rest hours. So for that, there are some provisions that within how many hours they should be taking rest. So then provision of availing leave. What are the number of days they can avail leave? All this are regulated by this Factory Act. Next, other objective to make stringent provision as regards employment of women and young persons and duration of their work. Stringent provision has to be made where the women workers are working for their safety provision. Suppose they are having kids, how to take care of their kids, like creche facility, separate restroom facility. All this provision has to be there where women are working, and young persons duration of their work, where young persons are working for their health and safety measures as well as how many hours they are supposed to work. These are the basic objectives of the Factory Act. Is it clear? Number one, to improve health, welfare, and safety of the workmen. Number two, regulate by imposing restriction on hours of work, including leave. Third is stringent provision for the employment of women and young persons and their duration of work. These are the three basic objectives. Then what is the meaning in terms of factory? Factory means any premises including the precincts thereof wherein 10 or more workers are working or were working at any day of the preceding 12 months and in any part of which a manufacturing process being carried out with the aid of power or is ordinary so carried out. So what is the meaning of factory? Where 10 or more people are working or were working. Previously they were working 10 or more people. Preceding 12 months, before 12 months, continuously before 12 months, they are working continuously. And any part of which a manufacturing process is going on. So some manufacturing process is going on before preceding 12 months, they must have been 10 or more people must have been working and with the aid of power or is ordinary so carried on. With the aid of power, there some electricity provision, power is there and 10 people must be working. That will be called as factory. So what are the basic here? 10 or more people must be working preceding 12 months. Any part of which a manufacturing process must be going on and with the aid of power. So that is called factory. So whereon 20 or more workers are working, or any day of the preceding 12 months and any part which a manufacturing process is being carried out without the aid of power. In this two, there is only difference is where 20 people are working without aid of power. 10 people are working with the aid of power. So there are the two things. If with power, 10 people are working continuously preceding 3 months and manufacturing process is going on with the aid of power, 10% if are working, that is called as factory. And where 20 people are working, even though there is no provision of this aid of power, so that will be called as factory. I hope the meaning is clear and objective is clear to you.
Sir, what is aid of power?
Aid of power means like electricity, power facilities are there.
Okay.
Without aid of power, like banking industry or somewhere, there is no power. Power machines are not there.
Okay.
Okay. Like lifting of heavy items, there will be lifting machine has to be there. In that 10 people are enough. Where there is no such kind of provision, then 20 people are required. So what is the process of licensing or registration of factory? The state government may make rules regarding the submission of plans and approval, licensing and registration of factory. State government has to give the plans or rules regarding the establishing a factory. You must have seen that many of the small scale industry and factories permission they are taking, they are putting the license at their shop. So in that case, the state government may make rules. The site chosen to locate the factory must have the previous permission in writing of the state government or chief inspector of the factory. The site which you are selecting for the factory, that should have been given permission by the state government or chief inspector of factory. Before opening of factory, you must have taken permission that in so and so place I am going to start the factory. For that, I am applying for the license. So permission has to be granted by state government or chief inspector of the factory. Such permission will be granted to applicant unless they had duly complied with the direction of the government. Whatever the state government they give direction, based on that, whatever the fee, whatever the procedure, you need to follow. Every application must be duly accompanied with a certificate plan showing all the details together with the challan representing the fee payable, such as registration, licensing, and renewal license. So when you are applying for the registration of a factory, it has to be duly accompanied with the certified plan. What is your plan? That is to be certified by the inspector of the factory. That plan has to be there, showing all the details, what activities you are going to do, all the details, how many manpowers are there, with the challan. Challan in the sense whatever the fee is payable, you must have made the challan along with the application. And challan for what? For registration, licensing, or renewal license. If you are asking for registration, for that whatever the fee are there, you have to make challan. The licensing, if you want to take the license of the factory, for that whatever the fee you are supposed to pay, you need to make challan. Or renewal, if you have already granted permission, you are working, your factory is in progress. So for renewal of license also, whatever the fee, all the procedures are same. If permission is not granted either by the state government or the chief inspector within 3 months from the date of submission of such application, permission is presumed to have been granted. if you have applied with the due procedure and you have not received any communication from the government or chief inspector of the factory, that means it is assumed that your permission has been granted. Within 3 months, if you are not getting any reply from the state government or chief inspector of the factory, that means it is presumed to be granted. Your permission has been given. On the refusal of the state government to grant permission, the aggrieved application can prefer an appeal within the 30 days from the date of it. If the state government or chief inspector of factory return your application, refuse to give you permission, then aggrieved applicant can prefer appeal within 30 days from the date of refusal. So whatever the deficiency they have mentioned, if you are fulfilling within 30 days, you can go for an appeal that I must be granted license. See, every order refusing to grant permission license must be a speaking order. A speaking order in order passed after hearing both the sides and it passed with the reason stated. What is that? Every order refusing to grant permission. If they say that it is not, your permission is not granted, then they must have given the reason for it. What are the, but discussing by both the parties, they must have come to the conclusion that this is the reason due to which we are not approving. So that speaking order, it has to be mentioned. So license or permission cannot be denied merely on the direction by the government without hearing the applicant. You cannot simply deny the applicant that your permission will not be given without citing any reason. You cannot deny. So you have to hear the applicant. You must have given chance to talk, chance to give the reason of the applicant. If he is not able to rectify his default, then you may deny his permission. Otherwise, simply you cannot deny the permission. I hope registration license of the factory is clear. What are the objective of the factory? What is the meaning of the factory? What are the procedure for getting license? Next, the occupier must give 15 days notice to the state government and chief inspector of the factory before begins to occupy use any premises at factory. So what you have to do, you have got the license, then you have to give 15 days notice to the state government or chief inspector of the factory before beginning to start your business. So you have to give the notice to the state government or chief inspector of factory. It is essential to intimate by notice the inspector with a copy addressed to the chief inspector or the factories if any new person is appointed as manager in a factory. If you are appointing any new manager in the factory, then in that case also you have to intimate to the chief of the factory or state government, whoever is whatever the procedure you have to follow. You have to intimate them that so and so person is appointed as the new manager of the factory. So penalty for obstructing inspector. Inspector has got all the power to inspect the factory, whether all the provisions are accomplished or not. When a factory inspector is prevented or obstructed from exercising his power, such person shall be punished with imprisonment for 6 months or the up to rupees 10,000. If you are obstructing the inspector of the factory to inspect the factory, so in that case you will be it is imprisonment for 6 months or up to 10,000 fine may be imposed. Then certified surgeon. One more provision is there. There is certified surgeon has to be there. With the approval of the state government, a certifying surgeon may be authorized and qualified medical practitioner to exercise any of the power used by him. So the government will appoint a certifying surgeon who can inspect the health provision of the factory. So he will be given power. He will be the certified surgeon to inspect the factory and to see whether all the provisions are fulfilled or not. Okay. Then the next is health and safety welfare measure. What are the provisions made for the health, safety, and welfare? First of all, you can see the what are the health measure. Sometimes question may ask what are the health provision provided in the Factories Act 1948. So health provision mentioned section 11 to 20. So I'm just discussing the points in details. All the study materials it is there. You can go through it. But what are the main basic points we will discuss here now? Number one, cleanliness. Section 11 to total 11 to 20 contains about the health measures. Section 11 says about the cleanliness. Every time the cleanliness of the factory has to be maintained. So there should not be any spillover, and it should be nicely clean. Spittoons has to be there and properly maintenance, cleanliness has to be maintained. This is regarding talks about the cleanliness of the factory. Second provision, section 12 says that disposal of waste and effluents. Whatever the waste material, there should be provision to dispose it of properly. So effluents or wastes, whatever materials are left over, that should be properly disposed of. So third provision says that dust and fumes. There should be the provision to clear the dust and fumes from the factory. Like if smoke is there, chimney has to be there, and all this provision is measured so that it should be dust and fume free. Similarly, section 13, here just reverse way we have done. Section 13 is ventilation, section 14 is dust and fumes. Section 13 says about ventilation and temperature. There should be proper temperature. Nowadays, you can see that the temperature is soaring. It is too high. It will be very difficult to work in the factory. So temperature, minimum temperature has to be maintained, and proper ventilation is to be there. And if so, that is why the proper cubic feet centimeter, cubic feet also it is mentioned that per person how many, what are the space has to be provided. As per that only you have to start the factory. Sufficient space has to be there. So otherwise it will be too clumsy, and there will not be proper ventilation, and temperature will be too high. So temperature and ventilation should be mentioned. Details you can go through your study material. Next is artificial humidification. Proper for maintain proper humidity. So artificial humidification is to be maintained so that yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is artificial humidification to maintain proper humidity in the factory. Artificial humidification, it has to be installed so that proper humidity is to be maintained in the factory so that workers can work properly. Next is overcrowding. What I was talking about, cubic feet centimeter per person. It is mentioned. You can go through the study material. Per person, particular cubic feet. I don't remember exactly. Cubic feet has to be provided. So there should not be overcrowded in the factory. So next is lighting facility. Proper lighting. Section 17 says lighting facility. Proper lighting facility has to be maintained so that workers can work properly. If dim light is there, it will be affecting to their eyes, and it will be difficult for them to work properly. So proper lighting facility has to be there. Next is drinking water facility. In factory, all the factories there has to be drinking water, and direction has to be marked that they should put the arrow mark here. Drinking water facility is there, and in the regional language it has to be mentioned that drinking water, so that there should not be any confusion, and they should have proper drinking water facility. Similarly, latrines and urinals. Proper latrines and urinal has to be maintained in the factory so that workers they can utilize it. And spittoons, here and there you cannot spit, and there has to be proper spittoon has to be provided. So these are the health measure of the Factory Act. Factory Act 1948, 11 to 20 section mentioned about the this provision.
Sir, will there be a penalty if this is not followed? Will there be a penalty on the factory if this is not followed?
Definitely, that is the reason that certified surgeons is there. Surgeon is there, and one more is the chief inspector of the factory. He can visit anytime to see that all this thing is maintained or not. If any workers also complain to the chief inspector of factories, one so things are not maintained. And there is a limitation like crash facility and all. How many workers should be working? 10 or more women are working, then crash facility is there. If one woman is working, you cannot ask that provide me crash for my kid. So it will be difficult. So there is a limitation is also there. So similarly, canteen facility. So if only 10 people are working, then you cannot say that open a canteen for me. So there is a provision, I think 50 or something it is to be mentioned. You can go through detail in the study material. Based on that, canteen facility also provision should be provided. So these are the basic requirement in the factory. Definitely, if they are violating the order, then it is with penalty for this. They cannot obstruct the chief inspector of the factory for inspecting. Also, you can see that penalty provision is 6 month imprisonment and 10,000 fee rupee fine. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Next is safety provision. What are the safety provision given in Factory Act? Safety is prior to security. According to this concept, the present Factory Act entails several safety measures. Sound in section 21 to 40. Section 11 to 20, it is health measure, and 21 to 40, it contains about the this safety measure. What is the safety measure? Fencing of machinery. Where heavy machinery is working, it is dangerous for the workers to go near to the machinery. There should be proper fencing facility. There should be red mark is mentioned, and fencing has to be given so that for the safety of the workers. Work on near machinery in motion. If there is a machinery in motion, near to that, properly dangerous danger mark has to be given, and red signal should be given. Red mark is to be entered so that nobody should cross that line. So properly it should be mentioned. Section 22 talks about the work or near machinery in motion. Where machinery in motion, there proper provision has to be, safety provision is to be maintained. Then employment of young person or dangerous machines. If any machine which is dangerous for the young person, they should not be employed further. Like cotton industry, small yeah, young people are not supposed to be work in that kind of establishment where it will be effective to the respiratory problem for the young persons. So dangerous machine, properly it has to be checked there who are supposed to be worked, what are the provision it will mention, that is to be done. Then self-acting machine, where self-acting machine is there, their proper instruction and everything it will be mentioned so that no danger can occur. Because it is nobody is operating there, it is automatically being operated. So worker, they should know that where is the self-acting machine and where they should be take proper preventive measures. Similarly, casing of new machinery. If new machine is there, proper casing has to be maintained, because due to heat and all, it should not affect to the worker. So proper casing is there so that heat should not be exposed. Similarly, provisions of employment of women, children near cotton openers. Where cotton openers is there, women and children should not be permitted to work, because it will be affecting to them more. Similarly, hoist and lifts. There is a proper lift facility. Hoist, where the items are very heavy, it will be very difficult to lift for the manually lifting. So there should be proper lifting facility. Lifts are to be there. Lifting machine, chains and ropes, lifting tackles. All this facility has to be there. And revolving machine, where the revolving machine is there, there has to be proper provision has to be maintained. So these are the safety measures which contain 21 to 40. So another is welfare of workers. The third measure is welfare measure. What is the welfare measure? Sitting facilities, where in the factory there should be proper sitting facilities has to be provided to the workers. Similarly, first aid appliances. There has to be first aid in case of any untoward accidents or incidents. If anything is required, first aid immediately. First aid can be provided. So first aid box has to be there in the factory. Next is canteen facility. That's what I told, the canteen facility where 10 or I think 50 people are working. You can check it properly in the study material what is the minimum requirement. So canteen facility has to be provided. Similarly, shelters, restroom and lunchroom. It has to be shelter has to be there, restroom and lunchrooms where the workers can take their lunch. Separate restroom for the women has to be provided. So creches where 10 or more women workers are working, their creche facility has to be provided. Similarly, welfare officer. There has to be welfare officer who can see all these things are properly maintained, and if anything wrong, they can employee can approach to the welfare officer regarding to the their welfare measure. Out of these three measure, health, safety, and welfare measure, definitely one of the questions are going to be asked. Mostly they are asking. I am not sure, but mostly question comes from this one. So we have to see. Next is working hours. So what is the working hour for the factory? Weekly hours. Section 51 says that no adult worker shall be required or allowed to work in a factory for more than 48 hours in a week. In a week, they should not work more than 48 hours. Oh, sorry. in a factory more than 48 hours. Now at present it is reduced to 40 hours. Maximum 40 hours in a week a worker can work. More than that you cannot impose him to work. If at all he is working for the extra duty, for that he has to be paid and he has to be agreed for that one. Next is daily hours. No adult worker shall be required to allow to work in a factory more than 9 hours in a day and 40 hours in a week. In a week, maximum 40 hours, in a day, maximum 9 hours he has to work. However, to facilitate the change of shift, this limit may be exceeded, subjected to the previous approval of the chief inspector. If you are changing this, you have to do the shift hours. It will be difficult for the, sometimes it may be 9 to 10 hours. Minimum, maximum is 9 hours, but you are adjusting 40 or 10 hours like that. In that case, you have to take the proper permission from the chief inspector of the factory, which will not be affecting to the workers much. So previous permission has to be taken, then only you can change this working hours. Yeah, is it clear now? We have completed Factory Act. The first of all, what is the meaning of the factory? Meaning of the factory means where 10 people are working preceding 12 months, 10 or more people are working with the aid of power and some proper working is to be.
Can you show, sir? Can you show the display, sir?
Which one?
Which one you have tell now, sir?
I have completed. Just I am revising once again. Where what is the meaning of the factory? 10 or more workers working where manufacturing process is going on with the aid of power. 10 people are working preceding 12 months. Are working or were working preceding 12 months. That will be called as factory. Where 20 or more people are working without the aid of power, like all this weightlifting machine provisions are not there. All this heavy lifting facility, power facilities are not there. In that case, 20 people can be, or like banking and all. There are no heavy works are going on. So in that case, 20 people can be called as factory. Where 20 people are working can be called as factory. And objective is to improve health, welfare and safety of the workman, to regulate the imposed restriction of working hour and leave, to make stringent further regarding the employment of women and young children. And other three licensing of the factory, you have to, with the proper application, proper fee, you have to apply and permission has to be granted, certified this plan and all this you have to apply. And within 3 months, if you are not getting any reply, it will be presumed that you have been permitted. If you are denied, then proper reason has to be mentioned. Without citing any reason, they cannot deny. And there are three provisions like what is that? Health provision, safety and welfare. Three different measures are there. Is it clear? Factory Act. Now we will be proceeding to the Industrial Dispute Act. Okay. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, if the employee is willing to work more than 40 hours,
yes,
is it can it be allowed?
That's what, if you are making more than 40 hours and adjusting it, maximum 40 hours is allowed. You cannot ask him to work more than 40 hours.
Okay, sir.
It is not allowed. But the per day minimum and maximum 9 hours. If you are changing it to 10 hours, so for that you have to take permission, proper permission to the chief inspector of the factory, that we are adjusting this 40 hours as a 10 hours. So in that case, you may permit us to work the employee for the 10 hours. Otherwise, maximum permitted 9 hours, and weekly it is maximum 40 hours. It should not be more than 40 hours. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now next act is Industrial Dispute Act 1943. Industrial dispute means the dispute arises within the industry. What do you mean by industry? Can anyone say what is industry? Just I am not asking legal. What is that?
Industry just makes the products.
Factory. Manufacturer of the products.
Factory is different. Now we discussed about the factory where 10 people are working with the aid of power, 20 people without aid of power. Now we are talking about industry.
Industry means actually certain industry like pharmaceutical industry.
Group of companies.
group of
Yeah, because the
companies, certain
factory
group of.
where systematic carried out with the cooperation of the workers and employer and employees. So with the cooperation of the employer and employee, systematic activities are carried out, and that will be called as factory. So in that industry, sorry, it is called as industry. Industry, if any dispute arises in the industry, this is called as industrial dispute. What is the then to maintain proper relationship in the industry, proper coordination between the worker and employee. In industry, who are the affected person? The employer, employee, and government. These are the three people. So, what is industrial relation? Industrial relation is a dynamic developing concept. You can see that now that industry, there are a lot of development is happening. It refers to the general web of relationship normally obtaining between the employers and the employee. The relationship between the employer and employee. If there is a good relationship between the employer and employee, then proper working will be there, and there will be no disturbance. Or otherwise, you must have seen that now there's a lot of strikes, lot of garage, lot of things are happening. If there is a proper relationship, there it won't happen. It includes the complex relations between the trade union and management. In industry, you must have seen that there are the various registered trade union. Can you tell me any trade union name?
CITU.
What is that? CNTU. Okay. What is that? CNTU?
TNTU, not CITU.
CITU. What is that?
Central Industrial Trade
Union.
Central Industrial Trade Union.
Trade Union. Okay. NTCUA, CITU, so many trade unions are there.
BMS.
Yeah, so many trade unions that has to be registered. Again, it is a separate act. What is that? We have to study about what is the procedure of trade union. Of course, it is industrial dispute. It comes in details. We can discuss. You can go through the study material. So it includes the complex relation between trade union and management. If there is any dispute between the management trade union demand something. Suppose proper fringe benefits are not given to the employees. Extra working there, the extra duty they are doing, it is not being paid. In that case, trade union can raise a question to the management. So to maintain the proper relationship with the trade union and management, this industrial act is maintained. Industrial relations are integral aspect of social relation arising out of employer-employee interaction in modern industry. If there because continuously employer and employee, without the cooperation of the employee, it is difficult to maintain an industry. So there has to be good relationship between employer and employee. So employees issue who takes up their trade union leader, they will be taking up the issue and they will be presenting to the employer so that their grievances should be addressed. That is the reason trade union is there. So in this industrial dispute, who are the interested group in the industrial dispute? Workers and their organization. If there is any problem between the organization and worker, then dispute may arise. Managers and their organization. Managers and the employers and their organization. If there is any dispute, can cause its industrial dispute. The government. If government is not paying proper dearness allowance or something like that, in that case also dispute may arise. So, what is the objective of the industrial law? Why this act is enacted? Promoting measure for securing and preserving amity and good relationship between employer and workman. It is for the maintaining good relationship between the workman and employer. To maintain a good relationship. Inquiring into the any like in our constitution also there's a what is that directive principle which talks about the employee participation in the industry. When employer take any decision, they can it is the right of the employee to take part in this one decision making of the company. That is the directive principle. It is not fundamental rights, but it is directly has been given. If state wants, they can create it. That employee also can be the part of the decision maker in the employer management. Next is adjudication of industrial dispute. If there is any dispute, that should be adjudicated, that should be redressed. So that is the reason Industrial Dispute Act has been enacted. Reference of individual dispute to grievance settlement authority. If there is any individual dispute, they can grievance settlement authorities are there, like work committee, conciliation, and there are many authorities are there. Depend on the case to case, it has to be referred. Voluntary reference of the dispute to arbitration. Arbitration, it is the one of the procedure for the settlement of the dispute. They can arbitrate with the aggrieved party and can be set. The dispute can be redressed. Prevention of illegal strike and lockout. If there is no provision for this one, then there will be every now and then there will be illegal strike by the employees and lockout. Who does lockout? Employee or employer? Lockouts? Have you heard about lockouts?
Employer.
Employer.
Strike.
Employer sometimes what they will do, they lock the industry, they will say that there is no work. So you can go back. Similarly, strike. Strike is illegal strike. Without any proper reason, they may go for strike. So if there is a provision, then it can be declared as illegal. You cannot go for illegal strike. If you are going for illegal strike, then there is a strict action can be taken. If you are legal strike, then it's all right. So that is the reason.
Strike without notice.
Sorry?
Strike without notice.
Strike is the?
Strike without notice.
Without notice. Without notice in the sense, illegal purpose, you cannot give the notice and can go for strike. Legal purpose, if you are strike, you can go give to the management that we are going for strike.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So there are strike also different types of pen down strike, slow down strike. Sometimes pen down means you will not do any work. You will tool down or pen down. You will down the tool. You will come to the industry, but you will not work.
Slow down strike.
Yeah. Slow down means you will be not very
slowly.
Work very slowly so that it will be industry will be hampered. That proper manufacturing process will be.
Work completed with the time within time.
Within the time limit, you will not complete.
Yeah.
So that is the reason there has to be proper this harmonious relationship between the worker and employer has to be there. Compensation for layoff and retrenchment. If you are doing layoff, what is layoff? Layoff in the sense that sometimes in some industry they lay off the employees due to shortage of raw material, shortage of power. There is no work, nothing. So temporarily worker they can give them for layoff. If you are asking for layoff, for that proper compensation has to be paid. It is not that you are asking the employee to stay back and they will not be getting any job and they will be their family will be starving. In that case, you have to give the compensation. Or retrenchment. If you are retrenching the workmen, retrenchment in the sense you will be you don't require no more work for that one. You can retain the employee with proper reason. So in that case also proper compensation has to be given. Provision for the payment of wages from the dates of award till the suit pending before court of law is decided. If there is any suit is pending in the court of law, till that they has to be wages has to be paid to the workman. If any workman they have gone to the court and the case is still pending, you cannot say that you have gone to the court and case is pending. Once it is decided, then only will decide to pay or not. No, you cannot do. You can till then you have to pay the wages to the employee. Prevention of unfair labor practices. There should not be any unfair labor practice. Every now and then, without citing any reason, you cannot go for unfair labor practices. Means in the sense you will not be paying proper fee to them or proper remuneration to them, and you will be employing the young kids also who are not supposed to work. All this unfair labor practice. So to prevent all this industrial dispute is enacted. So now industrial dispute, it means any dispute or difference between to whom? Employer and employers. If there is a dispute between the employers and employers within them, then in that case also dispute may arise. Same kind of industry, they have certain disputes. Next is employers and workmen. If there is a dispute between employer and workmen, and workmen, if there is a difference between the workman and any dispute arises between the workman and workman also can be called as industrial dispute. Workman and workman connected with the, it can be connected to the employment or non-employment. It can be related to employment or related to non-employment. It can be term employment or the conditional labor of any region. Due to any region, somebody is given more benefits, same work, somebody is not. There is discrepancies. In that case, also some kind of dispute may arise. These are the connected with such type of cases. Individual and collective. What is the individual dispute and collective? It can be individual dispute. It can be collective dispute. Individual dispute means for the individual if you have any grievances. Collective dispute means it is affecting to the all the employees. So in that case, collective dispute may arise. So they can be trade union can collectively they can. So in that case, they can go for with the notice. They can go for strike or something like that for fulfill their demand. In that individual dispute, in that case, they can approach to the union. Union leader can represent the case to the management. A collective dispute related to any of the following matters. Collective dispute, in the individual dispute, you have seen that individual dispute means individual dispute in terms of employment, in terms of condition of labor of any region, and similarly, collective dispute may be related to the following matter. What is the wages, bonus, profit sharing, gratuity, compensation, any other? These are affecting to the all the employees. So this can be collective dispute. Leave, wages, holidays, it is effective to the all the employees. So this is called a collective dispute. Rules of discipline, retrenchment of workmen, closure of establishment, rationalization, all this related to affecting to the whole employees. So that can be called as collective dispute. Collective dispute may be financial cause or non-financial. For financial cause like wages, bonus, DNS allowance, traveling allowance, leave with pay, gratuity. Regarding this, any dispute arises, it's called financial causes, industry collective dispute. Similarly, non-financial causes are transport facilities, housing, education, working hours, all this related to non-financial causes. So this can be called as group dispute or collective dispute. What are the effect of industrial dispute? If any dispute arises, what will be the effect of it? Section 2 says that it can be their employees can go for strike. It means cessation of work by a body of person employed in any industry acting in combination. Group, all the people or group of people, they are joining together. They stop working, or a concerted refusal of any number of persons who are or have been so employed continue to work except employment, or a refusal under a common undertaking of any number of such persons continue to work to accept employment. They are not ready to. They will be group of people. They will be joining together not to stop working. So that is called as strike. Similarly, this is strike from the employee side. Layoff. Layoff means the failure, refusal of inability of an employer on account of shortage of coal, power, raw material, and accumulation of stocks, of breakdown of machinery, natural calamity. Due to this reason, employer is not able to employ the employees. So that is called as layoff. This layoff is from the side of employer. So similarly, lockout. It means temporary closing of a place of employment or the suspension of work of the refusal by any employer to continue to employ any number of persons. So lockout is also from the employer side. They can lock the industry and they will be not ready to keep employment to the any of the employees. So this is called lockout. Temporary closing of employees, employment, suspension of work, refusal to continue employ any number of persons employed by him. These are the called as lockout. Similarly, retrenchment. The term is used in the Industrial Dispute Act means the termination by the employer of the service of a workman for any reason whatsoever otherwise than as a punishment inflicted way of disciplinary action. So you are retrenching the employee. That means terminating the employee or employer's service of a workman or for any reason otherwise than as a punishment. You cannot, punishment is different. Without that, any other reason, due to any other reason, he is not able to work or he is not working properly as per the laid down procedure, he is indisciplined or some reason due to any reason, retrenchment can be done. Next is closure. It means the permanent closing of the down of a place of employment or part thereof. Closure means it is from the employer. They can close the permanent closing down of an industry. Similarly, gherao. Gherao means enrichment of the manager to criminally intimidate him to accept the demands of the workers. You must have seen that many industry, they will try to gather together and they will gherao the manager and they will ask him to fulfill their requirement. This is called gherao. These are the effect of the industrial dispute. Sometimes question also may ask, what do you understand by industrial dispute? What are the effect of industrial dispute? Okay. Now, administration under the Industrial Act. What is the administration? How the dispute will be redressed? There are the administration. First of all, there is a works committee. Works committee. If the dispute arises, initially it will go to the works committee. There is a committee which is declared by the government, state government. Work committee is to be made in the industry, so they can approach to the work committee. If it is not fulfilled, then they can go to the conciliation officers. Then board of conciliation. Then next step is court of inquiry. Next step is after court of inquiry. Next step is labor court. You can go to the labor court. The dispute may go to the forwarded to the labor court. Then after labor court, it is not redressed. Then it can go to the industrial tribunal. Industrial tribunal is the setup like where legal experts will be there and administrative experts both join together. They can redress the. So tribunal is declared by the government. The members will be there. Tribunal members will be there. They will be analyzing the cases and they can redress the grievances. Similarly, national tribunal. It is for the whole country. There is a national tribunal. You can approach to that. These are the different administration under the act. In detail, I request all of you to go through the study material. This is about the industrial dispute. Two more acts are there. We'll discuss quickly. Then we'll revise it time permit. Is it clear? Industrial Dispute Act. Something you have understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Okay. You have to revise it. Until unless revise, it will not be clear. So some idea you must have get it now. Then once you go through the study material, I think you will be clear. Next is Minimum Wages Act 1948. What is Minimum Wages Act? The Minimum Wages Act is not only a measure of the social security for the poverty-stricken worker, but it is also a device for improving the standard of living of the downtrodden. It is not only to provide the social safety measures to the worker. Rather, it is also a device for improving the standard of the living of the downtrodden. Like dearness allowance, you are giving dearness allowance because the cost of the due to the increase of prices of commodities and all, you need to have some. So that is the reason dearness allowance. It is not only given for the social security, rather it is to be improve the standard of living of the downtrodden. Assure wages were to help the workers to work out their livelihood, to make out their livelihood at least to an extent of sustaining the adversity, namely rise in the cost of living. They should be able to survive with the cost of living at minimum standard. They have to be maintained. Such type of wages has to be given so that they can maintain their day-to-day life or cost of living. Prevent the employer from exploiting the laborers by paying wages or below their needs. Sometimes what is the way employer, they are paying the lower wages. So for that also there is a minimum wages. Lower than that you cannot. Time to time government declares what are the minimum wages. Even for the daily workers, government declares that what are the minimum wages are to be paid to the daily worker. Then technical workers, skilled worker, unskilled worker. For all of them there is a provision and there is a minimum wages declared by the state government. You need to based on that the employer has to give them payment. Prevent the employer from exploiting the labor. You cannot exploit by giving the lower wages to the. Lays down principle of fixation of wages and need-based scales. So what are the objective? the wages that are paid to the workers should meet the physical needs and that at the same time keep them above starvation level. It should ensure sustenance of the family. Also enable them to succeed by preserving the efficiency as workmen in day-to-day life. They should maintain they should have the capacity. Otherwise, if they are not taking proper food or proper rest, then they will not be able to work. So that is the reason this act has been enacted. What is the concept of minimum wage? Minimum wages that are fixed by workmen have some significance. What is the significance? Minimum wages are not fixed on equation of principle, namely money payable toward wages must be commensurate with the labor output. What is the output of the labor? What kind of work he is doing? Based on that, it is if it is a skilled worker, something more it is to be paid. If it's an unskilled worker, based on that you can decide. Equally, minimum wages are not based on the economic principle, namely those who are able financially must be capable of paying more than to the workers. On the other hand, it is based on the ethical principle of assessing the needs of the workman and his family as a unit and making provision of the wages. To put it in a nutshell, minimum wages are considered to be need-based wages, which is equivalent to the directive principle of the Constitution. Based on the directive principle, in the directive principle, you must have said equal pay for equal work. So there should not be any difference between the men and women. If they are working similar work, whether it's a men and women, equal payment has to be paid. So directive principle, many of the provision as we mentioned, based on that you can decide. So state government also time to time they revise the minimum wages act. Next, what are the different types of wages you can see? One is ideal wages, living wages, fair wages, and minimum wages. What is ideal wages?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Is this minimum wages act in our syllabus?
I think it is. Just a
No,
second.
sir, we haven't, sir.
It's not mentioned in the textbook, the study material that has been provided to us.
Well and good. If
No,
it is
sir.
not there, then we'll stop it here.
No, minimum wages are there. Minimum wages act, workman compensation act, that is also there. Unit 5, last line it is there.
Licensing, health, safety, welfare measure, dispute, objection. No, you are right. Old syllabus it was there, and now I think it is not there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Still nothing wrong. If you are not something about the wages also, it is good. Okay? So I hope I have completed all the syllabus. So now, what are the things I should discuss, or you have any question you can ask, or tell me. And there will be let me tell you that there will be one case study in this day based on the law of contract or something factory act. Based on that, some question will be there. If you know the act and know the provision, then definitely you will be able to solve the case study. And I request all of you not to skip the case study. There is no right or wrong answer, only how you are justifying as a manager, how you are handling the case. So you can write, take an attempt based on the knowledge what we have gathered from this one. You can apply and you can write the answer. Okay.
Sir, the case study you will be taking from the textbook or it will be out of syllabus?
It is not based on the textbook. It is based on your syllabus, like some related to contract act, something like ultra virus. We discuss ultra virus. So they will give some case study like objective mentioned in the company contract act. These are the in memorandum of association. These are the things. Like I told you, the road construction and bridge construction in your objective. Electrification is not there, and you have taken contract on that one electrification, and something has happened. In that, like this, they can ask you question. So if you know that it is ultra virus, then it is null and void. Based on that, you can write the answer. Similarly, Factories Act. Proper health provision is not maintained. Somebody has obstruct the chief inspector of the factory for the inspection. So in that case, if you know that there is a, if you are obstructing the chief manager of the factory for inspection, there is a 6-month imprisonment and 10,000. If you know, then only you can reply. isn't it?
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, as you mentioned about the case study, if suppose like a question comes regarding the factories in the case study, so can we mention all the points like the effects that was factory acts and all which were
Yeah, you can
validated?
justify. As per the factory act, these are the provision. It is mandatory for to maintain those provision. If you are beyond that, if you are doing, then naturally they are to be penalized. So what you need to do, you need to read the case study properly. What is the question? Sometimes some of the case study there is a questions, so it will be easier for you. Sometimes only statement. What you can do, you read the statement properly, and what is the problem? Find out the problem. Then what can be the what is the solution for that one, resolving it, and what is the effect? Then analyze one by one. Then implement it. Let me see if any question is there. If you have any questions, you can ask me or any case study. Just let me see.
Do we need to write it in a paragraph or we can mention it point by point?
It is not a question of writing paragraph or point wise. Even though you can mention in the point, you can write in the paragraph. Also, if your statement is there, you can mention in the paragraph. So this is the problem. As per the factory act, these are the provisions. So then you can come to the conclusion. What is the problem? Conclusion you have identified as a manager. Let me see some case study. If it is there, we can old question paper. Let me see. Till then, if you have any doubt, any questions, you can ask me. Or after that, once if I get one more, and sometimes in between, so additional 1 hour, we can now as per the syllabus and as per the hours I have completed. But still, we'll see if I get one more class. Sometimes we will revise it. Somebody is absent, or in that time I may take. Okay. Otherwise, also you can contact me. I'll give my contact number also. In case of any difficulties, you can contact me. Okay.
Sir, how can we get your presentation? Can you share?
I will share the presentation today or tomorrow. By tomorrow, I'll share it. Okay. Any of you who have the group, we can share with the group. You can ask me. You can send me your email ID, so I can post it to you so that you can circulate it. One or two, three people can share your email ID to me. I can forward it to you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see the question paper if it is there. Yeah, question banks are there. You can see business law. Just a second. See, there is one question. It is in the year. It is small question. It has been given January 2021. They have given a small case study. One statement they have given. Kausal asked a dealer to supply him a shirt that will not shrink after use and wash. The condition is after wash it will not shrink. The dealer supplied a shirt that shrinks after use and wash. Kausal can reject the shirt or keep the shirt and claim damage. Suggest reason for the same. You have to, here it is the contract they have. Kausal has made contract with the dealer to supply a shirt that will not shrink after use and wash. So the dealer supplies the shirt that shrink after the use and wash. Kausal can reject the shirt or keep the cert and claim damage. Suggest reason for the same. So here he has made a contract with the dealer and dealer has violated the conditions. So in that case, he has all the reason to get the case reject, get the consignment reject, and also sometimes he can claim that if it has been already used, and he can claim damage for that one. You have to suggest the reason why it will be. So now you can think what is the reason. You have gone through the contract act. Can you resolve it? As a manager, what you will do? Suggest reason. What are the mentioned in the agreement? What are the terms and conditions? You have to maintain it. If you are not maintaining, then you have to be pay compensation to the aggrieved party. He can go to the court of law. Where it is there? One more question. Just a second. Not really.
Sir, hello.
Ah.
Sir, how to answer this question, sir? It is for 20 marks, sir. May I know, sir? 20 marks, what all things we have to include in this?
Yeah, you can know that as per the law of contract, you can mention the every the agreement. It is enforced by law as a contract. So the agreement what has been made in that case is he has to provide the cert which should not be synced after use. But when the dealer has supplied, it has been violated the terms and conditions or violated the agreement. So it is a violable contract here. He has to pay the compensation which you have supplied. The aggrieved party can go to the court of law to claim the compensation. That's all.
No, sir. First of all, 20 marks, this will be enough, sir.
Yeah, you have to justify the reason, and you have to say that why he can go for compensation, because as per the law he has violated, he has the terms and conditions he has not followed. So if he is not, it is supposed to the maintain whatever he has promised as per the contract act. Whatever the other party he has promised, he has to supposed to follow. If he is not following, then the aggrieved party may go to the court of law for the compensation. In this case, he has violated the terms and conditions, violated the agreement, and causal has got all the right to get the compensation. He can reject the order also. If he has already used, then whatever the compensation supposed to be, it has to be decided and should be paid to him. So you can write in this way. And sometimes other question, let me see one more.
Sir, the 2019 question paper, there is one part C compulsory. 2019 question paper, sir.
Yeah, tell me what is that?
A taxi service had several cars. Can I read it out, sir?
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, there is one more question paper, sir, 2019. There is one case study, sir. Little bit elaborative.
Okay.
So can you please explain that is available on the website also, sir?
2019.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
19 December.
Yes, 1 second, sir. Yes, December 8th. Only December, I think it is.
This is mistaken. Which one? Discuss the different techniques of demand.
2019 December, sir.
What is the question?
1 second, sir. Question is of a taxi service had several cars.
1 second. I am opening different question. 2009 in. Let me go through that one. Accounting. Where you got this one?
Sir, 1 second, sir. Same, sir. Student support service, teaching and learning material.
No, that is okay. 2019 December question.
Yes, sir. 2019 December, sir.
December, if I am opening, that is managerial economic.
Yes, sir, this is swapping, sir. You have to open managerial economics. In that, the question paper business environment law is available.
Okay, managerial economics. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's a nice question. Here you see, a taxi service has several cars. Okay.
Sir.
All the cars, first of all, you have to read the statement properly. A taxi service had several cars. They have several cars. All the cars are air conditioned fitted inside them. All the taxis are having air condition within them. However, taxis were had out with or without the use of the air condition. You can hire. I request all of you to kindly mute your
എന്താ
system. Hello.
എത്ര സമയം ഇപ്പോ
Mr. TT Vlogs, will you please mute your system, please? It is disturbing to the others. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. A taxi service has several cars. All these cars had air condition fitted inside them. However, taxis were had without or with or without the use of the air condition. The people user, they can ask them for either with air condition or without also. The rate for hiring a taxi with air condition was 25 per kilometer, while the rate for hiring it without the air condition was only 15. You have the option, you can have without air condition or with air condition, but they have provision, all the cars they have air conditioners. Okay. A person hire a taxi without the air conditioner. He says that I don't want air condition. Without air condition, how much he is supposed to pay in this case? Hello?
15 rupees.
Okay. So
15
he
extra.
has asked
15
for
extra.
yeah, he's supposed to pay 15 till now. What statement we have gone through, after getting into the car, he has realized that it was hot and uncomfortable. He then decided to run the air conditioner. Now he has decided to ask the driver to put air conditioner on because the temperature is so high. In this case, how much he is supposed to pay?
30, sir.
Not 30, 25.
25.
25, sir. Sorry.
Because he has requested, isn't it?
Sir.
A dispute arose between the two parties. Now dispute arises parties regarding the hiring charges of the taxi. The customer was willing to pay a higher amount than that he had agreed to pay, but he did not want to pay the rate of rupees 30 per, not 30, 25 it is.
Okay.
Either top it will be 30 or bottom it will be 25. Okay.
Sir.
So he is not ready to pay that much amount, air conditioner amount. He is not ready to pay. However, he says that I will not pay 15. I will pay more than 15, but I will not go for the air conditioner amount. So he argued that later was an exorbitant rate. So should the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi service? What is the rate charge fixed for the taxi service? 25 rupee air conditioned. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This one he has asked for the air condition. So how much is supposed to pay?
Rupees 10 extra. 25.
25 is supposed to pay.
Yes, sir.
If yes, there must have been an agreement in this case. Who had made the offer? Who had accepted that offer? Why is it so? Here they are asking question. As you say that he is supposed to pay 25 rupees. So if yes, there must have been an agreement. Is there an agreement between them two? Is there any agreement has taken place?
No.
No agreement, sir. Verbally only.
Verbally also it can be an agreement.
Verbal concurrence, sir.
I told
No, sir, when
it
he
is,
got into the car, the contract was made.
Yeah, it is a contract. That means when you are asking for putting air condition, that means he is accepting. You are asking him to switch on the air conditioner. He has accepted and he has switched on the air conditioner. That means agreement has been made, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Even though not written, but verbally it has been taken place. In this case, who had made the offer? Who had accepted? Who has made the offer now?
Customer.
Passenger.
And the driver, he has accepted the offer.
Yes, sir.
Now contract is complete.
Yes, sir.
He is supposed to pay 25 rupees.
Yes, sir.
Now he is in wrong path, that he is not ready to pay 25 rupees. Rather, he is ready to pay more than 15, but he is not ready to accept 25 rupees. He is in wrong path. What was the modality of communication then that had taken place? What are the modality of communication? What is the modality of agreement, offer and acceptance? It is an action only By action also, it is understood that you have accepted you have put the proposal to him, and it's a verbal communication, isn't it? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Communication has taken place. Let's say what kind of communication? You can write the verbal communication. When driver has started the car, he is
Sir,
traveling in the air condition. That means it is understood that you have accepted. Otherwise, in between you have stopped. So the contract is proper, the agreement is signed, everything is paid. Now whatever the charge it is supposed to pay, he is supposed to pay that much charge. He cannot say that no, I will not pay 25 rupees. Okay? Is it
sir,
clear?
was it an express contract?
It is express also. Express and implied both. Express in the sense he asked him due to heavy temperature. Initially, he asked for the non-air conditioning. Later on, when he found that the temperature is too high, then he has asked switch on the air condition. That means you are accepting that air condition. That condition you have to pay. Air condition charge is 25 rupees. He has asked him and driver has obeyed. It is express. And implied in the sense when you said it's too high, can you switch on? Even though there is no, even though he has not said that I will pay 25 rupees, but he must have asked that temperature is too high, can you switch on the air condition? In that case, if he is not ready to pay, then he should have told to the driver that I am not ready to pay 25 rupees. So I'll pay more than that. If driver would have been agreed, then it could have been the another way. Then now here he has asked to switch on. He has switched on the AC, and it implies that implied condition is also there. It is implied that you have accepted the terms and condition. You are supposed to pay 25 rupees. Clear?
Sir, for 20 marks, how much pages you have to write, sir?
It is not the pages. We have to justification. Like here, you have to say that as per the rules, terms and condition, he has made an offer, other hand than accepted. It's a this three part they happen. Should the passenger be made to pay charges as per the fixed taxi service? Simple. Yes, yes, is supposed to pay because it is the standard condition is rupees 15 for non-AC. This is for this AC. As he has asked for the driver to switch on due to temperature, he is supposed to pay. Yes, he is supposed to pay. That's not one paragraph. Then if yes, there must be an agreement. Yes, there is an agreement. He has made an offer. Yes. This client he has made an offer. Then he has accepted. Driver has accepted. He has started air conditioning. So in this case, agreement is made. What kind of agreement it is? What kind of communication? The verbal communication as well as it is implied also. So this much is enough to 3 paragraph for 3 questions. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I hope I have completed the syllabus and discussed the case study also. Still, if you have any doubt, you can contact me or anybody else. So I request any one of you or 2-3 people to share your email ID. I'll write my email ID. Just send a request to me. I'll send it.
Yes, sir.
Email ID you have got in presentation also. You can see at the. Email ID is there. You can note it down. Can you see?
And yeah, 1 second, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
this is a mobile number?
Yeah, this is my mobile number.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, suppose the passenger says that we have completed half the trip, so I will pay at 15 rupees for the first half and 25 for the second half.
What is the once again?
No, that is half of the trip is completed in the taxi.
Okay.
And then he says to turn on the AC, and it was turned on. Now, so he refuses to pay 25 for the entire trip. So when the first contract ends and when second contract starts,
Now
those
see,
things will
if
be.
you have traveled half of the way, okay,
Yes.
Half of the way you have traveled without air conditions. Now in between you say you are asking for the switch on the air condition. Okay.
Yes.
Is it the question?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Now it is the duty of the customer to ask the driver that I want to get the switch AC on. So as per the terms and conditions, 15 rupees non-air condition and 25 is air condition. What are the charges I am supposed to pay? I will not pay 25 rupee. I will pay 20 rupee. Are you agreed for that? If driver has given his consent that yes, I am ready to take 20 rupee, in that case there is a offer, that is acceptance, then you can pay 20 rupee. If there is no such offer, and it is even driver also, if he has half of the way, driver has driver, it is the duty of the driver to ask him that I will be charging this much as per the terms. Even though he is not asking, the terms and condition is agreement is 15 rupee and 25 rupee, and the person, if he is not asking, without that, if he is traveling with AC, then he has to pay 25 rupee.
Sir,
Because
then
he
can
accepted. Yeah.
Sir, then can we say that consensus in the same mind is not there?
Where it is not there?
At the when he tells to turn on the AC, he forgets to forgets to state that I will pay only this much, and the driver also forgets to say that you have to pay this
See,
much.
it is the driver, the mediator. He is the agent of the employer, isn't it? He is driving the car. But the terms and conditions which you have accepted from the agent, it is that with air condition 15 rupee, without air condition 15 rupee, with air condition 25 rupee. Okay. You have agreed that so that you have started the car. In between, you have opted for air conditioning. So if you are not ready to pay 25, it is the agent who can consider that half of the way he has traveled. So it may be reduced to 20. But as you have accepted, if agent is not ready to pay, then you are supposed to pay 25 rupees, because you have accepted by asking the client to see. It is both the way. Even you can decline also, as it is how you are justified. But law, as per the terms and conditions, this is if there is ambiguity, so it can be this side or that side also. So you can justify your answer both the way.
Okay. Okay.
But you have to justify that he has not made the terms and condition. One way you can say that he has, while taking the taxi, he has accepted. Once he has ready to pay this much, he has accepted, because he has seen the tariff. By the time he has not said that I will pay only 20 rupees. There are two conditions, either 15 or 20, 25. There is no 20. So you have asked half of the service. So you may pay or may not pay. It is up to the, again, it is up to the agent to accept it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Sir, just last. Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, what about, sir, 6 marks and 10 mark question? How much is there any, sir, number of words you have to write? Any number of pages for that, or just content you write, that will be enough? Just clarifying from you, sir.
Yeah, there is, again and again I am telling you, there is no number of pages. It depends on number of pages. It is number of steps. What is the steps you are writing? If you are asking something a question, you have to justify that one. Based on the see, you have now you will be having 75 marks of 75 marks, isn't
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir.
75
Subjective.
you have internal. So out of 75, you divide the time, and total 20, how much number of pages? 24 number of pages or something you have given. So based on that, you have to write. You have to divide your time based on the whatever your time you get. It is not the number of pages you are writing and getting. You will get the mark.
Sir, sir.
And also sometimes some people, what are only bullet point they are writing. What is that? If long question is there, only bullet point, you have to explain something. You have to justify your answer. It is not based on number of pages. Okay. Even 6 mark question is there, one paragraph. If you are writing properly, that is enough. Or 2 paragraph if you are writing, that is more than enough. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. and I have you got your my email ID and number also. If any if you have any doubts in between before examination also, you may contact. Okay. Wish you all the best, and I think June 8th onwards we have examination. Okay.
So June 8th, sir.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And you have to fill up the examination form also online. You have to apply.
Yes, sir.
So very soon you will be getting the link on the website. You fill up your examination form, then prepare well.
Sir, excuse me, is there any mail receipt for the examination form, sir?
Is there any?
Examination form filling?
Yeah, you have to fill up examination form.
No, sir. Actually, is there any mail receive
Mail
from
will be
your
sent.
end?
Mail will be sent. Sometimes mail it made you to mistake in one letter is missing, means it will be sometimes typography error. You may miss your mail also. We'll be sending SMS also, but you depend on the website. You see the
Okay.
website link will be there, so
So
you can.
when it will be, sir? When it will be applied? It's
Don't,
any certain date?
by next week onwards, I think next week they will be uploading. Or
Next week. Okay.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Hello.
Quickly.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me, tell me.
Sir, I have created ABC ID on DigiLocker.
Okay.
Photograph is mine, but details are not mine. It is showing as Praveen Singh, and my name is Harshit Chauhan. So,
Okay.
what should I do? And moreover, I have linked it with student portal of DDE,
Okay.
and I have also write a mail to DigiLocker about this thing has happened with me, but still they have not replied anything.
You do one thing. You write to the DD helpdesk at pondiuni.ac.in. In that you write your queries. We'll see. Okay.
Right, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are winding up class now. Have a nice day.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any next class or classes are over?
Class is over.